You can say I'm plastered, 'cause I hit the wall. I lost count after 20 years in the college brawl. Well, I've been a boozing bastard. They call me Edward, 40 hands, I can't touch anyone. With an enemy like me who would need a friend, never mind, I'm drunk. Well, we've had enough power since the blackout started for an EKG for the broken-hearted. I try to see the glass as half full, guys, and I'm live. Hi, guys. Yippee! Let me quickly get the link and post it to the Twitter. Where's Twitter? There it is. No, not on the rock. Why does it keep on opening me to the Rock SMP account? Like, that thing's dead. That thing's deader than dead. But I'd probably just drink that too. Glass half full, I'd probably just drink that too. Do 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 do. Well, I'm going down and I'm taking you with me. Yeah. I'm bringing the water to the horse. You know that, guys? So bring me the hair of the dog that bit me. Yeah. So I can clone it and have a little more. I got to see this in concert. I'm so happy about that. Where should I put this? Do 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 do. Let me see. What? Okay, I think that's. Oh wait, I forgot about TikTok. Oh my gosh, I forgot about I forgot about my TikTok. My TikTok, my I forgot about it. Let me. Where's the text? Come on. I'm live, y'all. Let's do it in. What if we do it in? Let's do it in Comic Sans. Beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 98 bottles of beer on the wall. They're waiting for me. Hold up, just a second. Let me. Ooh, and this is a really good one too. Nope, not Will Wood. Will Wood? I saw him live on Friday. Do 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 do. There we go. Did I do any sounds? What sound did I do? Okay, that's a good sound. There we go. Okay, let's change scenes to stream. Yellow. We gotta have that awesome thumbnail. Brick, you ready? Let's go. Go, go, go. Charge! What are these guys doing? Oh, there's my live notification. Let's just join these Shellys. Oh gosh, there's two Louis. Oh, never mind. Not anymore. On Front Street. Loose lips like this, but Captain, will you go down? ABC for pro run? Oh, hell yeah. I'm a pro. I'm so pro, guys. Why is Gigi staring at them like that, though? Why is Gigi staring at them? Go, 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 go. Why is Sprout just in the elevator like that? Sprout, are you okay? I think Sprout's... I don't know if Sprout's good or not. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if Sprout's good or not. Also, for some reason, even though I was sick, like, over a week ago, I still don't feel good. I don't know why. Can and get bonbon, please? What? Huh? Pretty, please. I drive? No, I want to drive. I'm drive. What? Why does Yato want the bonbons? Guys, I'm a good distractor, I swear. I don't want everybody to fucking die immediately. Where are these twisted? It's scraps. Of course it's scraps. Oh, Yato. Oh. How vile can you be? Is that enough proof for you? I did not get Cosmo there. I do need to drop a heart though. I'm just gonna drop it whenever she pulls. Drop and go. No, don't go to scrap. What the fuck? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go, 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 go. Where are both of the Yada? Bro, what are they doing? Also, why are my game sounds? Hi. Oh my gosh, my game sounds are all the way down. That's why I couldn't hear anything. Oh my. What the hell are these two doing? What the fuck, Yada? Yeah, stay in that corner. You don't deserve to. You don't disturb. You don't like. You don't deserve to die. You. You don't deserve to distract. You are a bad distractor. How are you at 1 heart on 1 floor? On floor 1. Okay, it's R&D. And Roger, it's a free floor. Oh. Wait, which song's playing? Wait, am I playing on my regular stream? Those fucking dumbasses. Those dumbasses. Am I on the normal? I'm not! Oh my god, those fucking idiots. Oh, okay, have fun. Well, it's like, we just listened to the first step. It's the live version. Who awakens Roger? Why did you run right into them? This is where Yada died, guys. This is where Yada died. You can tell by the candy. I'm about to sneeze, guys. Oh my god, those idiots! What the hell? I'm so innocent. On. Oh my gosh. I keep calling her Bonnie. Bro, we don't need that shit. You did that to yourself. Someone literally ran right in Raz and Daz's area. Probably the same person that also awakened Roger the second time. Oh, we also saw Memento Mori live. From Fish in a Birdcage. Hi, Shelly. Yada, get away. Fill up my coffee cup. One way to shake me up. I know. It was honestly really good. So at the Will Wood concert, it was a lot of fun, by the way. I loved it. It was amazing. We didn't deal with too many hecklers, but one thing I do remember is he was telling the story about whenever he got pulled over by the police, and he had I think it was called like a dimer or a dicer because it was a little $10 bag of weed. He was talking about how whenever he got pulled over, the cop had turned around for a little bit, and he took that moment to kind of like, you know, throw the bag of weed onto like just throw it away onto the ground. And when he was saying that, someone in the crowd, they were on the balcony where I was, because I had a center balcony seat. I shit you not, like, yeah, they were heckling. I know, they were heckling. They literally were like, "It's okay, he's white." That... I was just... I was like, oh my gosh. Come on, Yada. Get your ass to the elevator. And I think... Dude, both of y'all. Both of y'all. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Get in! Coco, get in! Oh, a band-aid. Thank you. But, what was I talking about? Oh my gosh, what was I talking about? I forgot. The people that were next to everybody there was so cool. Honestly, they were genuinely so cool. It was a lot of fun, and the people next to me, they were awesome. We were just chatting. I feel so bad because while Fish in a Birdcage was playing, like, because I was still recovering from an ear, I still am, and so, like, I keep on coughing, and I feel so bad because, like, I kept on coughing during Fish in a Birdcage, and I was, like, trying to, like, stop myself from coughing, so I was, like, coughing into my arm, which, by the way, I got face paint on my arm, because of that, but I feel so bad because I was, like, almost the entire time, like, I was like, oh gosh, I hope they don't think I'm, like, contagious or anything, it's just near infection. But, like, it was honestly an amazing show. I loved it. I have a whole entire TikTok video, like, that I was explaining the entire, like, thing, but after Fish in a Birdcage, went away, they had a brief intermission, and I was like, I'm gonna hit up the merch stand. The line was so long, and I was at the very end of the line. But I did get I got 3 CDs, a t-shirt that I'm actually wearing right now, a tote bag, a sticker pack, and a poster. I spent over $100. I spent $130. And then, so, for some reason, my, Oh, why did they do it twice? Ew, why did they do it twice? Ugh. That's weird. They did that twice. They did that shit twice. That's odd. That's suspicious. Anyways. I looked over and it's just likely Banvader, restricted, and it's just like, bro. What the fuck? Why did you say it twice? Ooh, don't mind if I do. Oop, I got someone else's box stone. I forgot we have a Shelly. I'm not gonna lie, I forgot we had a Shelly. Hi, Coco. That's concerning. What are you just standing there for? Oh, hi. It's like every time I turn around, she's just getting closer. Okay. Coco, go. Come on, Yanni. I want it. I want it so badly. I want it. I want it. I want it. How do I get back to... Oh, there we go. I was like, how do I get back to the chat? I want to get back... what? I want it, but I'm not an extractor. I'm a distractor. It's a valve. Dude, it's a valve. Burger. Something is fishy. Hi, Connie. Everyone at elevator. Oh, hey, Brescia. Why did you just walk into that wall? I realized we don't have a sprout, so we don't really need to save the tapes. I could have been greedy. I could have been just getting those tapes this entire time. Shelly, what the fuck? I think this just played. The first step literally just played. Well, I've been a boozing bastard. They calling me Edward 40 Hands. I can't touch anybody. Anyone. With an enemy like me. Who'd need a friend? Never mind, I'm drunk. Hi, Coco. Bye, Coco. I don't know what Coco's doing. Hi, Coco. Where are you going? Coco, get to the elevator. Well, I'm the reason they call it an Irish goodbye, and Thank you, Astro! You did that right before you got into the elevator! I want it. I want this. I want this. I want this. I want that. Astro, can you spin if you can hear me? Hell yeah! I was like, because for some reason my phone isn't showing that I'm like that anybody's watching. It's being weird. Oh, it's glisten. There's a smoke bomb right there. Oh, something in my apartment just started smelling like really weird. Oh, hey, Louie. Oh, there's a Bob. Oh, wait, I'm the distractor. Oh. Okay, I genuinely do- Oh god, that smell. That smells horrible. What the hell is that smell? I don't even know where it's coming from. What is that smell? Why is everybody oh my god, do the machines. Okay, there is a weird smell in my apartment. I'm not gonna lie, it smells horrible. I don't even know, like... Yada, get the fuck out of the way. Bro, you fucking idiot. Bruh. Okay, I need to check on what that fucking smell is. It smells horrible. Oh, where is it even coming from? I genuinely don't know. I think I might have to go to the, like, if I can't, if someone just left. I'm like 20% sure that someone just left. Yeah, there's 7 of us. Okay, Yada, just get to the fucking elevator. Oh wait, Glisten's at the elevator. Go this way, go this way. Wrong way. Hold on, I need to check what that fucking smell is. What the fuck? Ugh. I cannot find what it was. I can't find what it is. What the hell? I'm just gonna get a drink real quick. Never mind! Never mind, because I decided to bring Box into the fucking one that's AFK! Jeez. They literally brought the one that was, like, they literally brought Boxton to the one tune that's AFK. They were about to kill me. Huh? Sometimes Roblox auto-translate works. Sometimes. Most of the time, though, no. It does not. I have Coca-Cola. You know, I should put raspberry in it. Honestly, I feel like raspberry would be... What are you doing, Razlinda? Something is fishy. Okay, I don't smell that weird smell anymore. But whenever I did, that smelled awful. I don't even know how to, like, describe it either. Like, it smelled horrible. Oh, Coco was the one that left. Shelly. Shelly. Suppression. Let me have my suppression, please. 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 Let me have my... No. 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 Suppression. Damn it. Oh, hey, Twitch fixed. Get over here, Yada. You too, Louie. Oh, hey, Shrimpo. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Oopsies. We're just gonna use that. We're just gonna use that now. Louie, need heal. I kinda just used one. I can drive. Probably not. I'm just gonna yoink. Yoink. He's fine, thank you. I didn't even realize there was 3. Man, if we had Blood, then that would have been the circus trio. Doop doop doo. Beep beep dee 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 doop. Start digging in your butt, twin. Something is fishy. Why am I lagging? So, funny thing, your streamer is negative $70 in their bank account. Because their fucking electric bill didn't show up until today. Even though on Friday, whenever I did pay it, it showed up and it took it out of my account. Like, it took it out of my account. And then it apparently put it back whenever I, like, I guess paid rent or something. Oh shit, Shelly. Oh my god. Shelly. Bro, just get in. Yada, just get in. Jeez, Dandy, you don't have anything good. Why does Shelly have fancy purse? Why does Scraps have fishing rod and fancy purse? Yada, your trinkets are good. Y'all's trinkets are good. Why do you have fancy purse? Oh, you- oh, shit! 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fuck, 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 fuck. I got stuck. I got completely stuck. 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh! Oh my god, I went back right whenever he fucking grabbed. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a 9! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just go, 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 go. Thank you. You fucking idiot. Pro run and Shelly just fucking dies. Because she's AFK completely. Hello! How are you doing today? Ooh, V. Sure? Please, I drive. No! No! You may not drive. Okay, where the fuck is Shrimpo? Where did Shrimpo go, bro? Pretty good. Get your ass over here. Oh my god, don't, no. Give me my other Twisted's back, bro. Give me my Twisted's back. Thank you. You got your research. Stop driving. God damn it. I don't usually go out of my way to friend people, unfortunately. Typically the people that I friend, though... Yada, get the fuck out of the way. Oh my god, Yada. Bro! Yada, Yada, Yada. This bitch better stop fucking... She's literally running away from me. She's taking them to the elevator. I'm stuck with the slow one. I'm stuck with the slow one. I was done with that anyways. I was done with that anyways, honestly. Yada wants to die, then she can die. Like, at this point, I don't care. I honestly don't care about her. I don't care about her. And I bet Shelly's still standing at the elevator. Is she not? Oh my god. She's standing there! Shelly's not doing a thing. Go do something. Genuinely, go do something. Oh, that smells back. Ugh. I don't think she's even doing anything. I don't think she's even doing anything. This Scraps isn't doing anything either. I think Razzle and Dazzle are the only ones that are actually doing things. Oh, that's... There is like an awful smell coming from like this corner of the room. Like, it smells like something's burning, but it's not like burning. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe this. No, she's literally not even doing anything. Like, she's literally just walking around. She's not doing machines. Fucking dumbass. Bro, she literally led them to the elevator. Bruh. This is why I don't trust other people. This is why I don't trust other people distracting whenever I'm distracting. Unless if they can prove that they're good at distracting, which I'm pretty sure Yada earlier was trying to trying to bring the Twisteds to other people. And like taking them to the elevator. Oh, they gotta deal with her again? In a blackout? Bro. Bro. I feel bad for this R&D, because this Shelly probably ain't gonna do anything. Is she actually gonna do something? No, she's not. They're just killing themselves. Yep, they're dead. They just killed themselves. Awesome. Okay, but what the hell is... What is on... Oh, what's that smell though? Alright. You'll get to see the cool, awesome, distracting skills of me. Maybe I should move some of the stuff off my laptop? Maybe? But it's not, like, hot. It just smells weird. Did I join anybody else? No, I did not. Oh, I forgot I put this song on here. Oh my gosh, I was like, wait, what's this song? What is this song? You gotta step on up. You wanna try joining another run? Try to see if there's any good players? Hi, Boxton. What's up, Boxton? Okay. What is this run? Normal run, I distract. I can be backup. Let's just see how this Louis goes. Let's just see how this Louis distracts. If he's not a good distractor, then I'll take over. I'll take over if he's not good. Genuinely. Step on up, bees. Step on up. Sexy me. It's the old, like, what, 2016 me. I don't know if they'll be good, but we'll see. We'll see. Step on up. Where is your dog plush, bro? Why do you only have one trinket? Oh my god. I guess I'll protect this poppy since they're brand new. Oh, ad break incoming. R&D and Finn. What the fuck was that, Louis? You lagged out. Oh shit. Wait, where? Did you lag out and die? Wait, where are you? Astro? 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 Oh my gosh! No! I was like, where are they? I forgot how good Louis' skill check honestly is. Like, oh, thank you. Like, 3-star skill check is honestly pretty good. I think it's 3-star, right? I think so. It's so large. Oh my gosh. My skill check is big. Thank you, Brasha. Why is Yada just walking around? Louis, come get your dog. Louis, go get your dog. Louis, get your dog. Bro. No, don't bring her. There we go. Oh my god. No. Louis is fucking dead. Louis lost Yada somehow. And then would not get her back. And whenever I finally got her back to Louis, he fucking died. What the actual fuck? I don't think anybody needs medical help. We are all at 3 and I'm at 2. But oh my god, that stuff's... whatever this stuff is, it smells horrible. Oh my god. I don't even know what that smell is. I don't even know. Okay, nobody on those sides. Hi, Poppy. And Flutter is... Hi, Flutter. There's two Flutters. Go move! Yeah, it smells so bad right now. Like, it's like something, like... I don't even know. What the fuck? This is the second time Scraps has done this. Dude, I'm not letting you die. You do realize that, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna let her, unfortunately. Shit. Goob was right there. Thank you. Scraps, what the fuck? I have 5 tapes. It smells like that, like... It smells like the liquid form of amoxicillin. Like whenever... Thank you for the follow! Wait a minute, is that you? It's Astro, it is! I was like, wait a minute, I know you. It smells like if amoxicillin was burning though. Brush is right there. Come on, Brusha. Yeah, it smells like that amoxicillin. Like the liquid version of amoxicillin, if it was burning. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It smells weird, though. It smells so... It smells bad. It genuinely just smells bad. I don't even know how to... Like, it smells like liquid amoxicillin. It's the pink stuff whenever you get strep throat. Like, if you're a kid and you can't take the pills because, like, if you're sensitive to pills and whatnot, it smells like if it's the liquid version of that. Thank you, Goop! It just smells horrible. I want well-paced. I want well-paced. Distractor gets more stamina. It's Tisho and Shrimpo. Hi, guys. I've lasted longer than Louie. Honestly, I don't... Wait, why do I have gumballs? Honestly, I really don't remember, like... I don't know. You know, there could be a gas leak. Why are they saying sorry? Sorry for what? What? They didn't- I don't think they did anything. Honestly, I think after this round, I might take like a brief intermission and just like ask the office, like, hey, it smells weird in my apartment. I don't know. Probably not. It's kind of a mess in my apartment. I don't want them to be like, it's because it's you, Missy. Lol, loser. And I'm like, it's not that. It's a different smell. Hold up. Scraps. Hold up. I'm gonna be right back. What is that smell though? I don't even know. I honestly, I genuinely don't even know what that smell is. Got back from school. Hell, I was tired all day. Ooh. Honestly, that's how I was feeling yesterday. Yesterday, like, whenever I was at work, I was pissed off most of the day. I'm not gonna lie. I was very pissed off. It was just mainly customers were being, like, fucking dumbasses, and it was like, dude. Okay, who else am I looking for? Hi, Flutter. Oh, it's Connie. Ooh, that was a good juke. Like, okay, so... Yay, I'm an itty bitty 6, so you're coming back to school on Thursday. Oh, you're sick. Uh-oh. Bro just failed a skill check. But for some reason, so my workplace has like this thing called Monday Madness, and it's whatever was 50% off the week before is $1.29 the next Monday, and that happened to be yesterday. I kid you not, like at least 3 people, at least, literally came up to the register, cart full of stuff. Cart full of stuff, by the way. Sorry, I don't want all this. Gives me half of their cart. Mind you, this is the busiest day of the week because everybody fucking goes feral, and apparently people like to just throw their courtesy and their common sense out the fucking window. Ooh, be careful. Hi, Cosmo. Every tune's skill check, if I'm gonna be honest. But it's like everybody's fucking common sense went out the fucking window. I'm not gonna lie. Cause tell me why, like, also, like, someone was like, why didn't I get my tax back when I did this return? Are you tax exempt? No. You still have to pay tax, dude. Or like, why didn't I get my donation back when I did my return? I don't know, probably because you donated a certain amount of money? You agreed to donating that money? I did a run last night and a Cosmo pissed me off so bad. Not like not do machines in a way, I mean, would not stop talking corny things. I forgot the urge to oh, you fought the urge to press the leave button. Oh my gosh. Goob, what the fuck? Goob, what the fuck? Yeah, why did Goob pull me? I was literally distracting. I see one over there. I don't know who it is. Hi, Boxton. I need to find Cosmo. I can't see a thing, by the way. Oh, hey, Cosmo. Also, this one, Tisha had Fancy Purse and Coin Purse on at the same time. Why? Fancy Purse kind of sucks. I feel like a good upgrade for Fancy Purse, honestly, is what, like, every... You know how you get 10 tapes every floor? What if Coin Purse adds 5 to that, but Fancy Purse adds, like, what, 15? Or just doubles it, maybe? So then it would be good for Sprout. Because it wouldn't be a one-time only thing. Or like a one-time use. So that it could be actually good. There we go. Thank you. That's a good spot to pull me, not before. This is probably going to be Poppy's highest floor. I'm not going to lie. This is probably going to be Poppy's highest floor. Most likely. Okay, I see Shrimpo. We're probably going to have 3. Oh, that motherfucker. Oh, I hate that one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm gonna ignore her, actually. So next time she sees someone, she's gonna pull, like, she's gonna grab an item. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I didn't get anyone. Actually, you guys still have 2 twisted. You get 3 of floor 10. Okay. Someone needs to make a chart, genuinely. Because I know if you have 3 people... Huh? What? Really? I will be quick, it's easy. Okay. It's V! And Shrimpo. And Tisha. Got her. Oh. We don't have Flutter anymore. Man, I've been graduated for like over a year, about a year and a half now. It's fucking weird. Goob. What the fuck? No! Oh my god. Goob. Goob. What the fuck was that for? He tried grieving me. Bro. Got that on stream too. Yeah. He tried fucking griefing me. Hi, Connie. There's Poppy and Brusha. Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, y'all saw that too, right? Y'all saw that too. Goob literally just was like, I'm gonna die too. I'm also gonna pull you in with me. Knowing damn well that we both have the same damn stealth. Luckily I got out because you know how Twisted works. Whenever they hit someone, most likely they're going to go back to that same person if that same person is still there. Unless if I think it's like a 5-second cooldown or something. Then they'll go to the same, like, then they'll go to the one that's closer. I'm surprised that none of my items got yoinked by Gigi. Also, where did my med kit go? Did I use that immediately? Hi, Connie. Hi, Connie. I didn't even have a med. Not enough tapes even? You or me? know Dandy sold one earlier, and I'm pretty sure I bought it. It was in my second slot. Oh, I was literally like, oh my gosh. I thought I had a med. I could have sworn I saw it. Oh my gosh, I'm stupid. Whee! Like a halo, like a halo, like a halo. I want to see like what we can get this Poppy to. Because I don't think this Poppy has any trinkets, does she? Yeah, Poppy has no trinkets. I'm just gonna buy one. I'm just gonna buy one. What? Damn! And 36. Hi, Brescia. I just recently played like a week ago. Damn, though. I have to leave now? No! Roger's right here. Where's the other Twisted? I always have trust issues with Pebble mains. I think I have, yeah, I've got Vintage Pebble. Because before I played at, oh, there's Tisha. Because before I played as Luli, I played as Pebble. And then before I played as Pebble, I played as Goop to get the hang of it. And that's whenever I got my first ever high floor, which was 26. And then Salem Cat and I were playing recently, I think about a month ago. A little over a month ago now, I think. And, we got to floor 28, and then we played again. I think it was actually on their stream, where I died at floor 36, and they died at floor 39. And I don't think we've gotten close to floor 30 again, but we have gotten to, like, floor 28 recently. He was playing this, at the Willwood concert. I think this is where he started playing one of the Mario themes. Because he literally was remixing his own songs. It was really funny. Yummy stamina candy. Don't mind if I do. I'll be like a Sprout main. Just eat all of this yummy candy. Is there a protein bar nearby? because I'd sure love to have that. By retracing my steps. I think this is one of the only Brusha mains that I've played with that hasn't gotten in the way. I don't make sure that my stealth is back to normal before I go back to Brusha. Oh shit, sorry! I didn't realize she was right there. I had just eaten a stealth candy. Whoopsies. I don't remember how I got myself. I don't remember. I don't remember 2012. I don't remember 2012. I don't remember 2012. I can't believe Astro lagged out floor 1 and got into the back rooms. Bro literally went to the Dandy's World back rooms. It'd be kind of funny if there was like a April Fool's update where if you do end up like lagging out and getting to the like lagging out of the map, blame my ping because 5K. Holy shit. Damn. But like, damn, that's a lot. Where if you like lag out of the map, then you could like get transported to another world, I guess. Like you'll get transported to another area where it's just like it's the Dandy's World backrooms and you have all of like every single Twisted in there. That'd be honestly a really cool, fun challenge map. Like have to distract every Twisted at once. There she is. Okay, I've got Brusha, there's Connie, and Glisten. Yummy speed. What is Glisten's countdown? Is it 30 seconds being alone or is it a minute? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think it's like a minute. Because that's only like a sixth of the way full, I think. I don't know. I can't do math when distracting. Kind of tempted to make like a Excel sheet of like the machines and like how many machines and Twisteds there are based on the amount of players. Like you know how like you can get 6 Twisteds earlier if you have a full lobby, or like 20 machines earlier if you have a full lobby. That's what I want to know. Brusha's painting. Glisten is going to Brusha, so I'm gonna ignore Glisten for a little bit. That's not to Brusha. Oh, he's coming back to me. Yes, come back to me, Glisten. But we all still get the flu. We all do what we need to get through. but I ain't done a fucking thing to you. So, God forbid I'm seen just as an average human being. I mean, imagine if antagonists just died in the first scene. That was the protagonist part. I sung the wrong fucking part. Oh my god, I am an idiot and you have to like me. I cannot tell Russia that Glisten is at the elevator. Russia's not on there. Okay, phew. Are you on the... Get to the machine. Get on the machine, please. Russia, why are you in that back corner? Do the last one, please. It's over there. It's over here, bro. You're at the last... He's at the last machine, bro. Off, Glisten. I know. The last is over here, bro. Do the last machine. You were so close. There we go. He's at the elevator, bro. He is literally at the elevator. Well, at least I have a spare speed candy. Panic mode warning. There we go. Perfect. Yummy. You seem like a good player. You're gonna join next round? Alright. Let's go. Hey, Brightney caused a blackout. Ooh! Brightney just stole a heart from me. Get you both of your asses over here. God damn it. Oh, both of us gotta go now? I guess. Fine. For the last second there, it looked like Twisted Brightney was mush. That was kind of funny. Oh, that smells bad. Return to lobby. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what that smell is. It smells horrible. I'm gonna quickly see. Bro. Oh shit, more of my friends are here. Yo. Let's fucking go. Let's go to that, one room. You're one of my friends. You're ping. Oh god. Get to the room over here. It's over here. Bro's lagging. Both of y'all? It jumped to 1K real quick. Oh shit. Might as well. Oh my gosh. That's concerning. That's real concerning. Are y'all excited for the Halloween update? Halloween. Food. Halloween is my favorite holiday. Same. I'm also excited for next update on Saturday as well. Although I work night shift on Saturday, which kind of fucking sucks because I have to close and it's like I have to be at work from from 1 to 9. I'm gonna miss the entire update that day, bro. Basically the entire update, because I cannot stream whenever I have work at night shift. Oh, Glisten's on the board. I just realized that. What run should this be? Just pro or... Wait, how much do I have on dial? 96? Y'all want to do a dial hunt? ABC for dial hunt. God damn. ABC for dial. Fuck. Oh hell yeah! I got a backup distractor and a healer. Let's fucking go. Okay, there's 6 people here. Just dust to dust. Devils after both of us. I'm no backup, especially with your ping. You're a backup now. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna go to the Sproutovator. Go. The Sproutovator. Oh, Sprout and Cosmo. Bye-bye. We got Sprout, but not Cosmo. We got Sprout, but not Cosmo. No. Ribbon for me and candy? What? What? Oh. Sprout, you should chase me. I give candy. Oh gosh. It's Finn. And Roger. Where's Finn? Where's Finn? Oh my god, Shelly. Shelly. Shelly! Shelly! Don't load my graphics. Don't open the one by me. Don't open it. Hi, Babel. Hi, Babel. Bye, Babel. Shelly inspired me. There's 3, 4, 5, 6. We're waiting for Yada and Flutter. Sprout! Sprout, get your tapes! Get your tapes, Sprout! Yeah, I saw it. I played it one time. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. It literally was like a copy of Dandy's World. I'm not gonna lie. Bro, do you want aggro tapes? Oh. Bro left. I think this could be the floor that I lose a heart, and I'll drop a heart once I get both the twisteds. I already have Yada on me. Biot. Oh, it's Roger. Oh my god, again? That's the second time she's done that! Well, I'm going to the room opposite until that machine's done. Never mind, I guess I can't. Well, I'm gonna... Blink! Hi there. Bye-bye. Everyone at elevator and Pebble's like right here. Oh my god! The fuck are these people doing, bro? Literally. Literally. Bro, Shelly's gone. Shelly is gone. Shelly's gone. POV, you join a dial hunt just to leave floor 3, or floor 2, actually. Hi, Shrimpo. Who else is here? It's called a Manic Episode, and you're getting 8 more episodes. And you're getting 3 more seasons or 8 more episodes? I'm just gonna say 8 more episodes. How vile can you be? I'm just gonna do the stay away because it's closer to 1, or to no, to 1. To abuse you in a fucked up Saturday night. Ah! Bye bye. I think one of the main reasons why I'm like such a good distractor is because I know like a general idea of everybody's stealth. And I know how. Thank you, GoFibot. I know how stealth works. Let's call for morals, better cover your drinks. I'm gonna move over to here. Because I don't know if Sprout wants aggro tapes. I don't see anybody behind me. Oh, shit. Never mind, Yada was here. There we go, Sprout. Is Ko-Fi-Bot eatable? You want to eat Ko-Fi-Bot? What? Have C notes? Are you meaning V motes? Ooh, Shrimpo, get your ass over here. Who are you? Oh, you're chasing Pebble. Yoink! Thank you! Oh my lag! Whee!
Sprout, there's tapes over here! Come get your tapes!
I can drink your blood if you let me, baby. From your... Also, I don't think... I don't think... Oh wait, there's a... She left a box of chocolates? Don't mind if I do. Where? That's just a regular chocolate. That ain't a box. Damn it. But I don't think Ko-Fi-Bot's edible. I'd rather you not eat Ko-Fi-Bot. Ko-Fi-Bot is the only bot that I let stream chat see. Like, the chat that's on stream. Summer cheap date, check please. Pulling up the bone, I'm off of God. Glod? Glod? On my shoulder, breathing down my neck. There we go, Sprout. You got your aggro tapes. Suppression, 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 suppression. I'm gonna eat suppression. I like suppression. My ping is asking for help. Please donate to save it. Please donate so that I'm not in the negatives anymore. I may or may not have negative $70 right now. Oh. 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 I want to take one. 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 I really 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 want one. I really want one. I really want one. Can I have an emergency med kit? I'm gonna take a med. I'm taking a med kit. I'm taking a med kit. Y'all just hear me go feral. Yay! I have an emergency medkit! Yippee! For if Sprout can't heal me. But you tags. Bro keeps on getting tagged. Hi, Razzle and Dazzle. Y'all are in a good spot. I think everybody has lag right now. Forgot how slow Pebble is? Yeah. Pebble's kind of slow now that I have tasted Louis. There's 3, 4, 5, and I am 6. There you go. There's your Aggo tapes. Yep. School. Okay. I saw you on TV. You dressed up like a bee. Reminds me of the time where it's gone and it's gone and it's gone. I forgot your humor is not okay. I know. I have a strange sense of humor. You understand? Yoink! Oh, Boxy Boo! Get your ass over here! Yeah. There's a tape over here. Bro, there's a tape over here. Sprout, there's a tape over here. Is having 400 plus pig okay? Sprout just looks concerned. Sprout just the concerned face, bro. Mary, Kate, and Ashley, I hope you understand that your loveliness blossomed and I wanna hold your hand. And I think that it'd be totally cool if I hung around your apartments and enrolled in your school. Mary, Kate, and I have exactly 100 tapes. Hell yeah, motherfucker. I'm at an even 100. Sprout, can we switch pings? What? Didn't Sprout say that they have lag too? Literally. Oh wait, shit, I need to take them to the elevator. I was gonna lose. I'm used to losing them. I'm so used to losing them at, like, in panic. Sprout, do you not want? Oh, I guess Sprout doesn't want it. Damn it. Whoa, holy lag. Oh my gosh. What was that lag for? Marie? Marie? Is it because you have your Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer nose? Finn's here. Yada, why are you trying to run? Oh my gosh, it's Shrimp Finn. Hi, Shrimpo. It's Shrimp Finn. It's Shrimp Finn. Ah, yes, Shrimp Finn, the best ship. Totally not called Rage Bait. Finn. Oh shit. I'm so sorry. I was trying to get Finn. I forgot about Shrimpo. Run, Yada. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Whee! Okay, let's try not to turn corner. Ad break? I sure hope she does. Hi, Pebble. Bye, Pebble. Oh, I'm chasing you, Pebble. Get to the elevator. funny because at work I'm known as like the person that literally like is all like smiley and joyful, and I shit you not, yesterday like one of the customers was like, "Are you okay? You're not smiling and like you're not all joyful." And I'm like, "I know, I'm just tired and stressed out." And she's like, "Oh, I get that." So they don't spend them? What? Spend my pop? What? Louis, what is your job? I work at a thrift store. Is Yada wanting to distract? Yeah, I work at a thrift store. Oh, Band-Aid! Oh, good things! Fuck! It's a full-time job. But yeah, I work at a thrift store. Yeah. It's a full-time job, so I get, like, benefits, and we get... we also get, like, hi Tisha. Hi Brusha. Oh my gosh, it's Forbidden Yuri. Yada! How did I just do that? How did I just do that? Can someone please clip that amazing epic juke I just did? Holy shit. It wasn't even a juke. It was more like I saved Yada's life, but I didn't get hit. Holy cow! I think G gave me traumas. Gives me thing to see a bandage and... Are you watching my stream too? Do you see my band-aid in the first inventory spot? Letter, if you can hear me, spin. That's a long spin. They might. My mom said once that I eat a lot. Let's say she's way... Shut! It's two! You gotta get the fuck away. I got 2 minutes and you got... And then Poppy. Let's all be mains and not tell Poppy. What was that sound that I just made though? But wait till panic. I think the only main I don't have now is just Sprout. How do you like my dogs, bro? They're my cool dogs. Grab capsules when you say Shelly. How do you like my cool dog? It's my cool looking dog, bro. I have 3 cool dogs. What's up, guys? Get to the elevator! Okay. Just go to the elevator. I'm bringing them. You gotta get your ass to the elevator. Where's Sprout? Where's Sprout? Okay. There we go. I think we did it right. Yippee! What was that sound that I made, though? It was like whenever I saw both Shelly and Astro. I was literally like... Hi, guys, I think Goop's here. Why did I get a heal? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Apparently my counting's off or something. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, this is 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 20. Brother. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not bringing Goob with me, guys. Apparently Goob wants to go with me. Damn. Why are we picking piping tape? Is it because it's new? Might lag more because, oh, is it because you're watching my, oh my gosh. Is it because you're watching my stream too? But I think I see it, oh, that's just a projector. Oh, it's the fucking child I hate. Ugh, Toodles. Yada, what the hell? Epic juke moment there, right there. That's an epic juke moment, bro. Holy shit. I couldn't see a thing, but I still juked them. What do you mean everyone at elevator? Something's fishy here. Something's fishy here. Ability on cooldown. Hi, Sprout. shovel when you break new ground. You dig dirt up when you dig deep down. You should know better than that by now. It's not profound to know you can never. Okay, Sprout. What the fuck? I can't take any of that. I can't take it. No. I can't even take it. That sucks. That sucks a lot. It sucks a lot, bro. That sucks a lot. Makeup. She never wears makeup. She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. La da dee, la da do, la da dee, la da do, la da dee, la da do, la da dee, la da do. Shrimpo's here. He's at the very back. Bro, we have 4 now.
Flutter, give him back.
Thank you. Got him. Our Blackout's hiding from me. I want to be a nightlight. You know what? I'm just gonna distract right here because this is the easiest place to distract, honestly, in this map. Like, I like this map a lot, but at the same time, it needs more good distracting spots instead of like the very long ones. This is like a shorter one, and then that one in that corner is like way too short, and it's like in a weird spot. It's in like a fucking corner. Damn. Damn. Where did Yada go? Is Yada already at the elevator, or? Bro, Yada, what the fuck? Yada, why did you wait, bro? Bro, why did you wait? Why did you wait, bro? This is a hard. I'll just do spark plug. Well, I do want the stamina. I can't see it. I can't see in blackouts at all. At all. The light. The light. It's a fucking floor. It's a floor leak. Hi, Blot. It's Blot in a leak. Teehee. Oh shit. Are people dying? Don't die to Blot, guys. Don't die to Blot. Yeah, get your ass over here. Damn it. I think I'm edging Blot. Oopsies. Hi, Blot. Bye, Blot. And it's Connie, too. Hi, Sprout. Bye, Sprout. What are you eating? Oh, you're eating the box of chocolates. Bye, Blot. Finally, I can grab this Cosmo capsule. Hell yeah. Should we tell the others that I'm live on Twitch? Just advertise. He's back in the same fucking spot again? Are you kidding me? There's a McDonald's in the Pentagon. I work at the McDonald's in the Pentagon. Yeah, there's not a lot. Bunch of spots. This Blot in the Thingavicker. La 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 la. Let's fucking go. And there's a band-aid too. I can't even grab it. I'm full. Oh my gosh, tags? I can't say I can't say it. I can't say it. Hi, Sprout. There's a med kit back there. Wait, Sprout, how did you get lost? To Louis! Fuck!
Bro, I can't get Louis.
Get your ass over here. Jeez.
Yana, you need to probably wait just a little bit.
Okay, there we go. I'm full. I'm full. I can't get anything. Louis full. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I have a box of chocolate. I have a med kit and I have a band-aid. Where are they? In my pockets? No, I don't have any pockets. They're just straight up my ass. I shoved a box of chocolate. I got a whole box of chocolate on my ass. It's like the bag of jelly beans. Where's last anyways? Is it like all the way at broken? I hope it's not. Hi Yada. I'm gonna quickly just let me pass by real quick. I'm just gonna distract here. I don't know where the last one was. Okay, Pebble's on his way. Pebble's got his thinking cap. Sprout, get your research. Okay, I guess you don't want your tapes. Damn. Do you want tapes now? You don't. You want to go gambling? Let's get tapes. We need tapes. Everybody has a V-mote but me. Sigh. Imagine if it's Pebble. Oh, nope, it's Cosmo and Boxton. All these machines getting done immediately. It's kind of funny. Oi! Oi! Don't do that, Cosmo. You don't get to chase other tunes but me. Why am I doing this voice?
I want it, but I can't have it. I'm still full. I want it, but I can't have it.
I want it so bad. I want it so bad. I have an addiction for air horns, guys. I have an addiction for air horns. It's kind of bad. everyone at elevator? I don't think everybody's at the elevator, guys. Bye, Pebble. Bye, Pebble. One hell of a plan. I'd rather be normal. Yes, so normal. Not just that we keep this informal. Cause a normal human being doesn't need no. Is everybody at the elevator? Okay. Sprout, get your aggro tapes. I could never be. Yeah. Come on, come on. I said, come on. Come on, come on. I said, come on. Yeah. Come on and love me normally. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Poor Cosmo couldn't get in the run. Yeah, I just remembered that. We left Cosmo. We left him. We left him. Sprout. That's not Sprout, that's V. Oh, wait, no, it is Sprout. I got a double bang. 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 Can someone do this one over here? Pretty please. Rudy, you might want to back away a little bit. Please. Thank you. $69. My gosh, it's the funny number, guys. It's the funny number. Spying Rudy. Poor Louie. I'm having fun. I'm fine. Sprout's not doing fine. He looks upset. V just looks pissed off. This is why we got Sprout. Get your ass to the fucking elevator. Jesus. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry, Yada. Guys. I don't have the space. Fuck you, game. Oh, about time!
Oh, no, you do not!
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Why am I at 3 hearts? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm gonna let her hit. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3. Scraps, where did you go? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. She's about to pull. She's pulling. Oh my god, that sound scared the shit out of me. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm losing Scraps because I do not want to distract her to the elevator. Oh, my eyes! Oh, hi, El Macaco. Oh, my eyes. My eyes. My eyes. Oh, my gosh. That's a little bit, yeah, that's definitely more than 12. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh, hydrate, okay. And stretch. Ugh, there we go. Damn, we have not gotten, like, the dial card. Ooh, I love this floor. Yoink. Yoink. Come on, Yada. 3. This is 4. I think I have 5. I think I need to have 5. If y'all find any, please bring them to the broken elevator. I mean, my floor 36 run was also a public run. Pebble miners bring good luck. What? I have 4. There should be 5. Oh, hey, Cosmo. Oh my gosh, it's Cosmo. He's finally in the run. You ought to get the fuck away from me, please. You talking to the voices again? Actually, I'm not in call with anybody. Surprisingly. Louie, what? Oh, I can't. I can't. I'm full still. This is the only way to know. I'm sorry. It's a box of chocolates. I can't take it. I already have a box. I like how I can just see Sprout just in the corner over there. Okay. I probably should have went over to middle. Ad break in a minute. Wait a minute. I think I lost my consciousness. Rudy, how are you ill? What the hell? What the hell? Holy lag? Holy lag! You have 500. I have 481. Dang. We're almost at 420. Hell yeah. It's me and Finn. And Scraps, are you fucking kidding me? Can someone else please take Scraps? Please. Please. Yes, I need help. Can someone just take scraps? I can take the other... Got it. Try not to die to scraps, please. Her countdown is 12 seconds. Don't forget to join the Discord! There we go. I need to get some more stamina. Shit! God fucking damn it! No! 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just go. I'm not even gonna worry about giving... Fuck, that's the wrong elevator. Oh my gosh. Fuck you, Dandy. Fuck you, Dandy. Fuck you, Dandy. Yay! I gotta be at 1. Can someone please take the others? Oh yeah, someone needs to take the others. Oh, thank fuck it's stamina. Oh. Please don't die. I'm gonna avoid... Can we try not to bring Astro to me, please? Shit. Because I can try to jungle right here, but I cannot do Astro with Pebble. Genuinely. No, don't bring him to me! Damn it, I don't have my original place back. Oh my god! Sprout's dead? Oh my god. Just do the fucking machine, please! Just go! Damn it. Well, I know that that spot in the very middle over there is a decent... It's a decent distracting spot with Pebble. At the same time, I don't have an emergency bed. It's Astro again. It's Roger right there. I'm heading to the Broken. Okay, I have 4, at least. Wait, is that 5? Poppy, Cosmo, Tegan, Astro. I think that's everybody. And then Roger's 5th, because we don't have a 6th one until later. Jeez, like most of our team died there. Most of our team died there. That actually sucks. Because I still have to use a lot of stamina with Pebble. And with Astro there, he doesn't really let me get my stamina back. I'm trying to get that tape right there. Got it. The Sprout's dead. Sprout's just dead. I hate being at 1. They popped Roger. Who popped Roger, though? Absolutely decimated us. Pebble got his, or Pebble got his dog on us. Dandy got his dog on us, bro. And his best friend. Can we get up to 30? Probably not. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, thank fuck. Boxton, Louie, how did y'all not see me? Okay, and then there's 5 right there. Roger again? What? Oh, there's another one. I'm being greedy. Louie is being greedy. Louie is being greedy, folks. Y'all heard it from me. I'm being greedy. I do not want that to happen again. Yeah, Roger's here again, so that means that we have 6. You hitting the gritty? Oh yes, this is the gritty. I think Yada hits the gritty more though. Yeah, Roger is here again. So that means that we have 6 Twisteds. Fuck. Get to the elevator! I know. This is scary though. Because we're at floor 22. What's gonna happen next? Wait, can I actually get that from the wall? Oh my gosh, I can. I don't have to worry about leading them to the elevator anymore, by the way. I can just lose them. Oh, shit. I could just lose them and then they just bring them back. Little do they know. I have 2 med kits and I took a band-aid last floor. Little do they know. Yes, my favorite floor. Who's here? Cosmo, Louie, Brightney. Pebble again? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Where? Oh, hey, Pebble. Hey, can you bring them? Could you maybe bring them to the broken? Because I can jungle kite here. I think I might actually have them all. Also, there's one by me. Could you by chance do that machine by me? Too weird to love, too scared to die, too alien to hit the gritty. Oh wait, someone else saw me. I lost someone. Oh, Cosmo. course. Got him. Thank you, Pebble. Brick. No! 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 Don't you fucking dare! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean AFK? Do you not see who I have? Are you serious? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? My lighting's acting up. What? What? What do you mean, obsidian? On a scale of 1 out of 10, you're fucked. Why the fuck would you get AFK? Knowing. Literally, she better not take long. Run, Obsidian, run! Use those tiny little legs. And my tiny little head. Because I'm tiny. I'm back? Okay, thank fuck. I am fucking getting over here. Just get the fuck to the elevator, Flutter. Oh, I lost like everybody else. Oh shit. Come on. The fuck you mean you weren't AFK? I'm gonna crash out. I'm actually gonna crash out. I'm literally going to crash out on this Yada. Please don't be. No, you're chasing Flutter out of all things. No, don't do that. Go to that fucking machine, Yada. I'm pissed off at you. I'm pissed the fuck off at you. She's not even doing anything now. Flutter, you were a good player. Yeah, this run's kind of over. I hate that you lived through this. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. I hate that you lived through this, Yada. I hate that you lived through this specifically. You specifically. I'm gonna fucking drag you, Dandy. I am going to drag you on I-40. Actually, I'm gonna drag you down with my fucking bike. How dare you heal that Yada after they had gone AFK on a floor where I was distracting Pep? How dare you? How fucking dare you? I'm gonna draw an preg of you, Dandy. You piss me the fuck off, Yada. You piss me the fuck off. You piss me the fuck off. You piss me the fuck off. Good. Good. Cause now Flutter has to distract cause you ain't really doing shit. You're just going around and collecting capsules. I don't like you, Yada. I don't like you. I really don't like you. I hate you, Yada. I hate you. I hope Shelly gets to you. Epic Flutter Juke of 2025? Flutter, you're good. You're a good player. You, though. I don't like you. I'm gonna return to the lobby. That Yada actually fucking sucked. Why would she go AFK on that floor of all things? You could have gone AFK on the floor that we literally were on, like, on the Shelly floor. But no, you didn't. You didn't. You did not. You didn't. You did not. I'm semi-AFK. I can hear you, but I would still have still done that machine. Wait, were you Yada? No, you weren't. Yeah, that Yada literally, I'm still mad about, I probably would have never beat my high floor. I forgot who that person was. Is this you? No, that's not your. Brick. Some of the people that I friend, like, I'm like, I keep forgetting, like, who they were. Brick. I didn't realize Brick was animated. I just realized that. Oh my gosh, it is animated. This would be cool if it was animated. Something is fishy. Cult Run? What the fuck? No. That's the Cult Run? What the fuck? No. Why are you hosting a Cult Run? That's odd. That's suspicious. Oh wait, that's the other person I forgot who you were. No. No, that's not. No, you're the one in the cult. Why are you in a cult? Why are you in the cult run? We didn't even get dialed! Bro, we didn't even get dialed. I distracted Pebble 2 times for that shit. 2 times. We didn't even get dialed. I'm gonna go right here. All that for nothing. All of that for nothing. For nothing. Nothing at all. ABC for dial run. Okay, there's 7. There's 7. Poppy, are you gonna get in? Okay, we're going to the Shelvator. Come on, come on. Here we go. Let's go. Yippee! Let's just hope nobody goes AFK while I'm distracting Pebble again. That shit sucked. That shit sucked ass. V was just T-posing. Damn, are you good? Get over here, Baxton. Oh my gosh! Floor 1, are you kidding me? If y'all ever get above floor 28, I'm gonna actually crash out. Lol. Okay, I'm gonna let her hit 1 time so that I'm at 2. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Woo! 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Goob, what the fuck are you doing? Actually, Goob, what the fuck? Oh my god. Goop? If you make me get hit again, I am going to crash out. I will crash out. What the fuck are your trinkets? Why do you have coin purse? Why does Goop have coin purse? Okay, Cosmo's all the way over there on that side, of course. Because it's Cosmo and Roger. Get your ass over here. Did someone get a box of chocolates or something? Roger's right here. You know, my high floor is 36, right? It used to be 28, but then I got to floor 36. Woo! Holy lag, what is going on? No, don't do it. It's a double trap. If anybody opens Roger, I will sit Cosmo on you. Oh shit, yeah, Sprout kinda needs aggro tapes. I forgot about that. I swear Bobette goes in present mode again right before the elevator. Okay. Sprout, what the fuck? Or not Sprout, Goob, what the fuck? We were trying to give him aggro tapes and you just decided to go, oop, out of the elevator. It's fine. It's fine. If you were in my shoes, you look the same damn. That smell is still there. Diggin', Buxton. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Oh wait, shit. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Just, I'm an air horn addict. I am an air horn addict. Am I bad? Am I bad? Am I really that bad? And now we're singing, ooh, whatever you think of me. If you were in my shoes, you would walk the same damn miles I do. Goob! Oh my god, Goob, get the fuck away. Do I need to crash out on the Scoob? Okay, everyone's at elevators, so I'm gonna get Sprout some aggro tapes. There we go. Oh, I don't even have enough for that. I don't even have enough for that. Goob apparently does, because he's got fucking coin purse. The fuck is that shit? What do you mean, why? Oh, are you talking about how he's selling a medkit floor for? Am I really that bad? Nice Shrimpo. Okay, it's Shrimpo and Connie, so I don't really have to worry about Connie. So I'm just gonna distract over here. Sprout, there's some tapes over here. What the hell? Wait, what's Bob's? Oh, Bob's. What is Bobbitt's stealth? Does she have 2-star stealth? I didn't know she had 2-star stealth. Oh. I'm an air horn addict. I'm an air horn addict. I just have to get the air horns, bro. Sprout, there was a tape over here. Sprout, you could have gotten the tape. Ooh. Sprout, you could have gotten the tape over here. Goob, I swear to God. I will actually murder you if you do anything. Okay, good. Because I would have murdered you. That's how you be Goob. Your game show's okay, your heart is okay. What the fuck? Ah! Ah! What the fuck just happened? Oh yeah, there was a time there, whenever me and my family were, I'm gonna get Poppy first because she's closer. Poppy, Goob, get the fuck away. Goob, what the fuck are you doing? Goob, get the fuck away. Okay, I'm gonna distract in there because it does not look like there's any machines in there. Oh, thank you for cleaning there. Thank you. Poison. Oh, wrong part. Honestly, I hope we get to floor 28. That would be nice. That would be really nice. Hey, hey, why won't you come play with me? I'll take you to the other side. I'm coming. I'm coming. What do you have, Dandy? Nothing good. You're not the real Yumi. What the hell? What do they say? What are they yapping about? Super, super. Floor 6. I hope we get Pebble. Damn, it's not Pebble. Bye, Glisten. Bye, Glisten. Bye, Glisten and Brusha. Bye, Glisten and Brusha. Bye, Glisten and Brusha. Bye, Glisten and Brusha. Hi, Glisten and Brusha. Bye, Glisten and Brusha. Okay, back. Welcome back. Bach by the real one? I want it. I want it. I really want it. I'll take it whenever... Panic. I was hearing while you were showering. Oh my gosh. Did you hear my Louis crash? Oh wait, you already did. My crash out towards Yada. Woo. Where? Where is it? Where is it? I don't know where it is. I didn't know where it was. I didn't know where it was. Russia took it. Russia took it. Oh. Oh. Sad times. One day. Oh my gosh! Hey, I got one though.
I turned the fucking corner and he was right there.
What do they mean, nightmare, nightmare? There's one by me, by the way. There's a machine right by me. Thank you, Sprout. I haven't had any problems with this Sprout yet. Hell yeah. This Goob, though, that's a different story. Goob, get the fuck away from me. Because this Louie will crash out on Goob. If Goob does one thing. One more thing. I'm chasing you, Sprout. Am I lagging? Oh, motherfucker. I was like, am I lagging? That is not how you spell panic, but it's my best. It's my best. Sorry, I lagged and I panicked. I was like, why can't I run? Like, I literally went like that. I just panicked. Do nigh? What? You shush. 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 Can I have a heal? Can I have a heal, please? Sprout? 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 I'm at 1 heart! Sprout? Sprout? Thank you. Thank you. Phew. Oh my god, why am I lagging again? I'm trying not to get... You're gonna try not to get overwhelmed. Yeah. Why am I, like, lagging, though? Is my ping just going, like, straight through the roof? Because the only way I can tell is because, like, I can't run. Honestly, I need to play Minecraft on stream again. I played a little bit yesterday, and I think it was yesterday. Last time wasn't so good with Sprout. But, like, I played some Minecraft. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I played Minecraft yesterday and forgot that you can't just, like... Oh. Ooh, well paced. Oh, damn it. Brusha keeps on taking box? Oh my gosh. And then they say sorry. I think I got a good inventory though. Bro said hee hee ha. Bro said hee hee ha. Hee hee hee. Ooh, we have 3. No, it's Connie. It's Connie and the starters. If love kills or makes you whole, dares you open, takes you whole. Hi, there's some tapes in here. There's some tapes right there and some right there. You should probably grab them. Sprout, you missed some tapes. If you were sorry, you would stop lol W troller. You have the thing I love, but the fear in me is way too much. If I open wide, one of us may get lost inside me or you. Goop fucking took the tapes. Goop took the tapes. He fucking took those tapes. Goop took those tapes. Call him out. Oh, there's an air horn. Brescia! It's Brescia, Connie, and Roger? Oh yeah, it's Roger. He's over here. Only high stealth tunes get the Roger the Roger capsule. Only high stealth tunes get the machine by the Roger capsule. I can't talk. Is Connie in that machine? No, she's not. She's now in that machine. Hi, Connie. Bye, Connie. Bop at where Bolden brick. Goob, don't do that one. Oh, phew. Brush, spam, open, Roger capsule. What? Egg. Only egg. Come on, troll. Okay, both of y'all are 2-star stealth, so I'm just gonna distract over here. Right here, where the boxes are. Where do you think you go, Vibot? I'll never know. I'll never know. I'll never know. I'll never know what it's like. You want to stream, but you don't know how to. My best suggestion, do you have like a laptop? If you do, then it's on OBS. You can stream on OBS for free. How was Sprout at 1? Finally! Okay guys, try not to die. So you can get OBS, and there's a lot of pretty good tutorials on how to set it up. But you just gotta make sure that your PC is decent. What the fuck? he just starts standing right up. Oh my god, someone's already getting hurt. Oh wait, actually, that might be a dial capsule. No, that's boxing. Who just died? Who was that? Who just died? Oh, he's Angie. Okay, he's over here, so I'm gonna go this way. Watch someone fail a skill check. I would too. He's still kind of pissed. Okay, someone's right there. He's over there. I need to get that third one. Okay, it's Poppy that's over there. Poppy is like running away from me. Okay, he's right there. Poppy's somewhere around there. Finally got a dial one. Someone died right there. Someone failed a skill check. I'm scared. Someone keeps on failing skill checks. Sorry. That's actually horrifying. He's pissed off again. I think someone else failed a skill check. Oh, finally, Poppy! How is Goop still alive? He's over that way. So we're gonna go this way. Goop just failed a skill check. So it's Goop that's been doing that. Who was it? Was it Goob? Was it Goob? Please be Goob. Did Goob die? I wonder what the earliest to get Dial's floor is. Would it technically be at the end of floor 2? Wait, did V die? Fuck! Please be Goob. Please, Goob, die. Please let Goob die. There's one by me, by the way. I'm gonna move. Because I think Goob keeps on fucking failing all his skill checks, bro. Bobbit, wait, he's over there. Come on, guys. All y'all gotta worry about is just the fucking skill checks. I think Goob keeps on failing his. On purpose, maybe. When in panic mode, if I don't get seen before then, I'm going to blow my air horn so Dial gets to the elevator. Honestly, the Dial floor would be a perfect way to do a death run. He sounds really close to me right now. He is really close to me. Which one is... Okay, that's the one. Okay, Dial's coming to the elevator. I think I saw Sprout still alive. Got it. Yes! I think I finished. I think I finished his research. I just realized what it looked like to Bobbin. He was like right there at Bobbin. Okay, that was good. Only V died. Oh, not only, but V died. Dang it.
Come on, guys, I said try not to die.
How? Why is Goob still alive, though? Why? Why? Damn it, now I don't know who's here. Unless it's Bonnie. I hear Finn. Heard someone get slowed by Finn. There's Brighton. I cannot grab that. Come on, light bulb. Let's see who else is here. I already know Finn's here. Okay, guys, we just survived Dial. Try not to die now. Guys. How are you dying to Finn? Bruh. Okay, I think this is the area. I can't see. Shoot. I think it's the other side, actually. Yeah, it's over here that has the, good place to distract. Hi, Bobbit. Ooh, I gotta... Shit. Woo! Watch out! Fuck! Thank you! Okay, I'm gonna try to get back over there. Ooh, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. There we go. There we go. You know what? You wanna know what I just realized? Where's my music? It's too quiet. Where is my music? Sprout, get your tapes. Oh, oh wait. He's fine. Come on, play. Where's my music? Bro, what the fuck? Where's my music? Damn it. I was hoping Goob would have gotten killed. Oh, hey, Brusha. Oh, everybody else has 2-star stealth. Who else do I need to find? Oh, hey, Louie. And Boxton. Okay, so we have 4. AFK, but you'll WAD. Okay. Louie. Hi. Oh, sorry. Boxton, get over here. Thank you. It's super fucking quiet. I really need my music. I really want my music really badly. I cannot do this anymore. Cause I want my music. I need my music. And I need my music right now. Oh, sorry. Goob, run. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Bro. Didn't realize Goob would be right there. Thank you. Where did Boxton go? That's concerning. I don't know where Boxton went. Okay. Welcome back. I really need a... Why is my music not playing? Please. There we go. Just had to get my music back, guys. It's back. Right when you're back. Who's here? Poppy and Brusha and Finn and Poppy. I saw someone else, I think. No, I guess not. Oh, it's Astro. Where's Astro? Where's Astro? See this way? Where is he? Astro? Astro? Oh, there he is. I don't know which way he came from, though. Oh, hey. Got him. It's weird seeing myself with this much stamina, bro. I think I might have actually gotten, like, Dial's, trinket. That's actually gonna be pretty cool. I'll have to see which one's faster whenever I'm walking, though, so I can walk with Pebble. I wish there was a trinket that added... So, there should be a trinket that adds on, like, 2 more trinket slots. One, it'll basically be like having just 3 trinkets, but, because, like, if you have, like, if it just adds on, like, 1 more, then that'll just take 1 of the trinkets. But, like, imagine being able to have, like, 4 trinkets. Like, that would be cool. There's one by me. Boink! Bobette, what are you doing? Okay, phew. Sprout, I got you some tapes. There you go. Let's go. There you go, Sprout. Have some more tapes. We got 200... I got 210 stamina, bro. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's really awesome. It's fucking mint. Well, tell me. Oh. Come on, both of you. Cosmo, get over here. I got you. I gotta find 1 more. If y'all find a twisted, please take him to me. Everyone an elevator? What do you mean? Unless if that was— oh! Unless if that was like, you doing like the burger shrimp brick. Something is fishy. I did not see that shit. Okay, why is it stopping my music now? That's not good. Spotify, what are you doing? I just want to listen to my music. Please, I just want to listen to my music. It's so quiet. Somebody said that apparently mains can also spawn on the dial floor. I have never experienced that. I'm scared to experience that. Like, that would be terrifying. Also, I'm kind of curious on what the new machine type's gonna be like. Oh, 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 oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Whoops. Oh, you can only get commons. Somebody said that you could get a main, like you could get a main. Sprout's lined up to heal me. That's Sprout. No, it's Shelly. Shelly! There's also a medkit. I need a Shelly, cause I'm a shell. Be my best friend. My name is V. I'm really tempted to take this. I'm gonna take it. What medkit? There wasn't a medkit here. I think I got everybody. If not, just, you know. Oh, hey Connie. So we got 5. Yeah, then we got 5. When do we get 6 with 5 people, I think? Do we have 5 people or 6? I think we have 5. Yeah, we have 5. When do we get 6 twisteds with 5 people? Because that's the max twisted you can get. It would be terrifying if there was more. If you could get more, that would be terrifying. There should be a floor, like, a card where it could be like, you get a whole bunch of twisteds, but if you, like, you get a whole bunch of twisteds and a whole bunch of machines, but you get, like, say an extra star of speed after that. Kind of like the dial card, but you get, like, more speed. So if you're Louis, you could just be like, wee! So, like, say if you could get, like, 10 twisteds on that floor. That would be fucking terrifying. Because you could get double mains, you could get all mains, you could get Pebble, you could get everybody. You could get scraps and goob, or double scraps. that would actually be terrifying. Just imagine double scraps. It's like whenever Quell plays with people, they'll, like, add in, like, a shit ton of tunes. Or shit ton of twisteds. Just be like, you might want to run. Oh, got to go. Oh, that's Bobbette. Bye bye, Bobbette. Bye bye, Butterfly. Dang, they didn't even be like, heh, try me. But then they fucking die. Louis, you're never a waste of anything. Sorry, never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything. This floor sucks for distracting. Ooh, Roger. Ta-da, and I think Buxton somewhere over here. It's Louis. Is Goob actually gonna, like, say that there's a bit? Yes, he is. Good. Good, Louis. I thought I saw Buxton. He said banned and then immediately opened up Roger. If you see another twisted, take them to me. I don't know where when we get another twisted. Goob just took the band-aid in front of me. I don't know what Sprout has in his inventory. Are those sounds coming from the fucking broken elevator? Or do we have a floor leak? I don't think we have a floor... Shrimpo? What the fuck? Bro, how are you failing so many skill checks? Thank you, GoFibot! My music just doesn't want to play. Get to the elevator! Bye, Glisten. Bye, Glisten. Hi, Glisten. Bye, Glisten. Hi, Glisten. Bye, Glisten. Oh my gosh, you're getting chased it. I'm gonna take a small guess and say you just teleported to the wrong person. Are you okay? Are you good? I was like, I'm gonna see if you could. I'm gonna see. I can't talk. Oh my gosh. I was like, he's gonna teleport to someone else. Bloop, back to me. How did I do that? You teleported to someone behind you. Oh, you're getting chased by like a whole bunch of Twisteds and Louie. Teleports to Louie. I think we forgot to do something. Oh, Dandicus, Dancifer, come here. I know, it's Band-Aid. Oh, it's fucking Rabies Child. That's the worst. There's a box of chocolates. Oh my gosh, why is he so far behind? I don't know how to do this. Okay. There's a box of chocolates right here too. Why am I hearing like double of his footsteps? Okay, I have Shrimpo, Yada, Toodles, Boxton, Dandy. So I have 5. I don't know if there's a 6th one though. Hi, Glisten. Bye, Glisten. Just the 4 of us. We can make it if we try. Go do a machine. Please, go do a machine. Get to the elevator. Okay, I'm moving to the middle. Hopefully nobody else is around here. Oh, and I have Shrimpo. Wait, do I have 6? Toodles, Dandy, Yada, Shrimpo, Boxton. Oh no, that's what I was thinking of. Get your research. Oh, I guess you didn't want your research. Or not your research, your tapes. Oh my gosh, we can have more stamina. We can have more stamina, bro. Hell yeah, more stamina. I'm a greedy little fucker for stamina. Hell yeah. Greedy little motherfucker for stamina. Who we got? Hi, Cosmo. Hi, Tegan. There's Brusher right there. There's another Band-Aid. Why do I sound like a fucking tornado siren? Okay, Brusher and Shrimpo I need to get. Shrimpo's already kind of on his way over here. Brush is here. And Shrimpo's there. Need to loop around. Okay, I got 5. Another band by Fake Ellie. Goob, what are you doing? He just walks by me. Even though we have the same stealth. I cannot get the Band-Aid. Yeah, you can take it. Take the Band-Aid. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? Hell yeah. Listen, I'm just that good of a distractor. I don't know where my... You totally didn't lag a few times. We're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about that. Probably because my bike might be in the way of my Wi-Fi router. I still need to move that. I need to remember not to put it in front of my Wi-Fi router. Especially if I know I'm gonna stream. Because I have an e-bike. 69. Oh, I missed the 69. Damn it. Oh, man. Oh, man. We missed it. Another band towards Ellie in the parking lot. I have a band, a med kit, and a box of chocolates, bro. Over goons? Bro. Over goons. Damn, bro, a gooner. Oh my gosh, he's a gooner? Goob a gooner? Your autocorrected is freaky. Just the freaky face, like. Is that what I think it is? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it's two. It's both Astro and Chile. Take them to me. Cosmo! Need to find Shrimpo and Shelly. Where is Shelly? Got him. Floor 20. Okay, I've got 5. I don't know if we need. Fuck. Fuck. fucked me in the ass. I fucked up. Thank you. Well, would they die instantly? Yeah. Also, another thing. Shush! Shush about that. You don't have to point it out. I was just trying to see if we had anybody else. I don't think we do. Shush. Shush. I'm still a good distractor. I distracted all the way up until floor 36, and then I died. Listen. Lag. Listen, I'm a good distractor, man. I'm a good distractor. I don't know where my music went. I don't know why I sound like Mickey Mouse right now. But I'm a good distractor. 69. Aww. $89. 67. I don't know. I really don't get the meme of that. 6, 7. I don't even know. What even is the 6, 7 meme? I'm gonna move to my normal distracting spot. I just realized I wasn't at my normal distracting spot. Oh, Goob's right over there. Let's go to the other side! Yo. Listen, are you not a fan of clowns? Oh goodness, wow, what? Me not like clowns. Me? Well, do you? I understand. I understand. I say as I give you notes. Louis, silly. Hell yeah, I am. Oh, Poppy Shelley's here again. Shelley. My fucking tents. Fine, I guess I'll use my bandage. Okay, I have Boxton, Shelly, Tegan, Poppy, and Louie, and I saw Connie there earlier. Wait, I will grab that. But what will happen if I pop him? Will Iker all come out? That's... I think Dial mentioned that. With the gossip, I think Dial might have mentioned that. There's a machine I want to distract by, but I can't, sadly. Still a distract over here. I think whenever they... What? No! Why? I don't want to be eaten. Wait, is there a machine right there? Oh shit, yeah, there is. Um, 69. $69. I don't want to be eaten. Oh man. Please, I'm good at distracting mains. Sometimes. Please, I don't want to be eaten. Get to elevator. Get to elevator. Oh, Sprout, I'm chasing you. I have merch somehow. Go check it out. I need to make new merch, honestly. Goob? What the fuck was that? Is the moderator still lurking around this alley? I don't know. I don't think so, unfortunately. I think they had to go. There's Roger right there. Need to find Tisha, Louis, V, Finn, Poppy, I don't know where Tisha is, and I'm not gonna risk everybody else. Just to get one tune. So try not to die to Tisha. You're still waiting? ZZZZ. Oh yeah, you're still waiting to join. You're still waiting to join. Tisha's somewhere, and there's a machine in that little corner over there. Y'all know how I was just sick? I think I might be sick again. This time, like, with probably something else. Hold up. There we go. Thank you. The sick non-binary for you. 2.0, yeah. I'm just perpetually sick, but I have to go to work. And the thing is, it's probably because, for some reason, like, customers, for some fucking reason, they don't look away when they're coughing. When I'm at work. They'll fucking cough in my face. And I'm just standing there, I'm like, the fuck? The fuck you mean by that? Why did you just coughed in my face? Like, brother. You know that pop-up that just popped up? I genuinely thought that just said gay show. Gay show. Huh. Blackout. Blackout, oh my god. Get out of there. Yeah, this one right here. It looks like it says gay show. Get out of the way. Honestly, one day I would really like to play mouthwashing, but I honestly don't think I'd be able to. I genuinely don't think I would be able to.
What, I gotta take him. I gotta take him.
Hi guys! What's up? Looking for a hug, Louie? Maybe not. Oh, why? Last time you squeezed me a bit too tight. Oh, hey, this is the floor that I died last round. Cause somebody went AFK. I need to find Poppy. Poppy. Okay, I got 5. I think we have 6 this round. I wonder who went AFK. Yada. There are 2 machines in here. That means I should distract right here. Yeah, I got him. I got Flutter, Poppy, Brusha, Louie, and Tisha. And Shrimpo. Shrimpo, Floater, Poppy, Louie, Brusha. Can someone get the machines over here? Please. Hi, Sprout. Go subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hell yeah. Even though I haven't posted in literal months. It's probably been like a year, actually. I think the last one was whenever it was like it was first 2024, I think. And it was like my goals for 2024, and it was like one of them was like legitimately like post more YouTube content, and then I just never did. I did 1 edited video. 1. Honestly, I needed like, I think I'm gonna wait until I get an actual gaming PC, and then I'll see about like maybe hiring an editor. I feel like that would be pretty cool. No, you're scaring me. Why are you saying hashtag blackout? Why are you saying? I don't want a blackout. I don't want to have a blackout. Sprout, get your tapes. Sprout, do you not want your tapes anymore? Do you not want your tapes anymore? Ooh, a band-aid. I gotta have that 3rd slot. I gotta have that 3rd slot band-aid. Bland-aid? I gotta have that 3rd slot band-aid. 3rd slot band-aid. Come on, I need my music. You keep getting heals left and right. That's a weird sound. Oh, it's Blot. It's like, that's a weird sound. There's another med kit. Boxton, Carboxyboo, Cosmo, R&D. Cosmo is in R- Oh! Oh! You fucking didn't. You fucking didn't. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna let Goob die. I'm gonna let Goob die. Are you fucking kidding me? Goob just literally fucking led them. Goob killed him. Goob killed him. Goob fucking killed him. No, because they have the same stealth. They have the same stealth. The only way that Finn would have gotten to Glisten would be if Goob had run into Glisten when he had Finn. Meaning, Goob killed him. I did. Cause Goob was oh damn. Cause Goob. Only way for him to have died is because you led Finn right to him. Sprout just left. Sprout just left. Oh my god. That Goob was doing... Yeah, honestly... Oh shit, I can outrun him? Oh, I can't. Dude, Goob literally killed him. I did one machine. I completed one machine. Hey, survived 23 floors. Yay. 74 research capsules. Let's just see if we have... Oh, now you want to do machines. After you killed him. After you killed him. Jeez, you killed him, man. Alrighty. Let's see if we have Dial. ABC for the Circus Gang, floor 40 attempt. I 1 Yada. I have people in private server, solo distract. You solo distract. Yes! I did it. I did it. I got Tile's trinket. I got his trinket. Thank you for that. Okay. Dog plush increases walk speed. I typically walk. Because I usually like to outwalk Pebble, but I don't want to run. This is difficult. This is very difficult. Dog plush and Dials trinket. Okay. I finally got his trinket though. Let's go into the room. I wanna be in the room where it happened, the realm where it happened. You got 85 on him? I finally got 100. I was so scared that, like, I didn't. Because I think since he's a lethal and you can only get him, like, so many floors, I think that, you get, like, 4% research each time. And I think I had, like, 6. It's either 4 or 5. I had, like, 6% research on him already. Like, to, like, do. So, I had. No, I had 94% research, I think. ABC for main only pro run. But yeah. I wanna be in the room where it happened. Stairs. Stairs back. Joke's on you, I have my blink turned off. Exit, this old man's playing. This old man's just playing on the machine. Bro just wants to. He wants to get his gamer skills on, bro. He wants to get his gamer skills. You go, old man. You got this, old man. You got this, old man. Grandpa, are you gambling? Or are you winning, Gramps? Are you winning, Gramps? Oh, he's not. Wait a minute. What do you mean, wait a minute? Wait a minute. Why are we just following Grandpa around? Huh. Okay. Where did Gigi come from? What the hell? Do I even have Gigi? Wait, egg radar. Doesn't that not do it? I don't have Gigi still. Hello. I just realized that. I don't even have. I don't even have Gigi or. I don't have Fortunes. Oh well. YOLO. So. So. Run? Let me get my music back on. I think I didn't even have it on repeat. On like repeat. I think that's what was wrong. That's why it was stopped. It was I can't talk. Let's go. Just stare at the wall. Just stare at the sign. Hell yeah. This is an amazing run, guys. We're just doing blot speech now. ABC Pro Run, but I don't even know how many people. I think there's two. Why are those two poppies spelled like they literally have the same name? Oh my gosh, there's two! There's two! It's 150 fucking tapes. Loser! Don't mind me. Look. Ah! Ah! Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. I need to lose a heart. I'm gonna lose a heart. Boink. Twin. Why a hand there? Is it right in front of the machine? Oh my gosh, it is. Surprisingly, Boxton isn't fucking dead. Surprisingly, Boxton can just extract from there. Blot is just staring at Blot. Aww. Aww. Good, what are you doing? Sprout, get your tapes. Sprout. Sprout, get your tapes. This is my first 150 tapes per heal. This Poppy does not have any trinkets, nor does this Boxton. I need to find Louis. My fucking band! 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not even gonna count. Oh, I feel so slow. That 5% walk speed really does a lot. Today is renewed, is reborn. Each day as I'm new, I am yours. I'm trying to figure out what... I'm trying to, like, do the note that she sings in. I love that. Yours. Sprout. So what the fuck? Get your tapes. Go get your tapes, bro. Oh, the other Sprout left. Why are you private messaging me Super Sigma Labubu? Bonk. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. That's why I was bringing them to the elevator. Loser. You're a loser, baby. You're a loser, goddamn baby. You're... Oh, that's why Goop can get close to me. Goop has diary on. That's actually a very smart choice. Thank you, Goop. Sprout, behind you. Sprout, behind you. Sprout, behind you. Sprout, behind you. Thank you. Fuck. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so Goob is actually a very smart Goob player. That is what I found out. Ow! Goob is a smart... Hi! Hi, Oz! Your name makes me laugh all the time. Every time I see it, oh my gosh. Hi, Autism King! Don't forget your aggro tapes this time.
Ixon, get your ass in the elevator.
Sprout, aggro tapes. Sprout, aggro tapes. Sprout, aggro tapes. Oh. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Goob, get in! I'm also poor. I'm also poor. I need money. I have 65 tapes. I have 65 tapes. I have 65 tapes. You have a nose now. Oh man, not anymore. Where'd your nose go? I'm so hungry. I'm also hungry. I need to find Shrimpo. Yeah, Goob's... Honestly, Goob's got a good trinket. That's what, Salem does. Whenever they're Goob, or like a same stealth tune. Where the fuck is Shrimpo? What did Goob do? What do you mean, what did Goob do? Woo! He's Sprout 2.0? What? Rotiba. Guess who has a new story for an idea of a visual novel I could make if I can even make a visual novel? All I have is a Chromebook from 7 years ago and a phone to send it pictures. Ooh. Oh, hey, Blot. Eating everything? Oh, he's eating everything? Ow. So you're very broke. Same. I have like negative $70. But you got a script so far. Yeah, I think I need to, like, hi Sprout, bye Sprout. I need to, like, open up emergency hat commissions at least. Because my hat prices are 25 plus, like, whatever shipping it would take. You were at the wrong elevator. Oh shit. Go, get to the elevator. Get inside. But you have a script so far. That's good. That's honestly really good. Darling, faster than I should. Driving with my darling. Forever if we could. It's on the road again. Far, bang deep green, pushing metal. Police just lost Goob! Why? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get your ass over here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Whee! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Pull, twist, booty shake, twist. 4, 5, 6. I lost count. Fuck. He's gonna pull now. But I think I'm a fool. Tried to breathe underwater. Driving with my darling. Faster than I should. Driving with my darling. Forever if we could. Driving with my darling. Faster than I should. Driving with my darling. There was multiple. Oh. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Get them tapes, bro. Brother. You only 2 parts off the top of my head from 8. Oh yeah. It's Louie! I can barely see him, he's so tiny! Just surprised, never, don't mind. What do you mean? Poppy, you don't got no trinkets. I mean, we can get more later, right? Still sing along long time. Hi, Poppy. I keep looking for nothing to find. They say keep trucking, it's all in your mind. There's a tape behind me. End of the line, gaining speed, wrapping trees. But I'll tell you what, I'm not afraid to die. I'm more afraid of what might happen first. There's a tape right behind me, oh. There's a tape right, thank you. I can't go that deep. Funny thing is about the game, there's only 2 dateable characters because the rest are Aero, Ace, and Depressed, unlike 2 dateable ones who need to know you very well. Find gifts from Wait, what? What game? Oh! Why are there just 4 of us? Where did the rest of the people go? Where the fuck did Goob go? Where did Poppy and Boxton go? You gotta step on up. If you want, you can just say their names. Sure. Why is there just 4 people though? It's literally just 4 of us. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. You gotta step on up. Step on up. Exon. It's literally just the 4 of us now. Where the fuck did everybody else go? Where did they go? Step on up. Step on up. That's a weird fucking angle. Just imagine distracting like this. This is all you see. Oh, it's a razzle and dazzle. I can't see anybody else though. This is how I'm gonna distract now. Oh, hey Tisha. Disconnected. Huh, totally. You were just looking for songs in your playlist? For my playlist? Will Wood. And also Washing Machine Heart. That's a good song too. Toss your dirty shoes in my washing machine heart. Baby, bang it up inside. I'm not wearing my usual lipstick. I thought maybe we could kiss tonight. Baby, will you kiss me already? And there's a tape in the middle right there. I am circling it with my mouse. Right here I am passing the tape. Wow, 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 wow. Baby, will you close my eyes? I know who you pretend I am. I know who you pretend I am. Do, mi, ti, G, T, E, get to the elevator. Do, mi, ti, Y, not me, why, not me. Do, mi, ti, Y, not me, why, not me. Do. Ah. Ooh, a band-aid! Give me the fucking band-aid. Thank you. I literally pressed E and it just didn't give me the band-aid. Give me the band-aid. Mr. Krabs, start digging in your butt, twin. Oh my gosh. White picket fences, barbed wire and trenches, trick or treat, Merry Christmas. Howdy neighbor, thank you Jesus. Oh, what is he building? R&D is right here. There is a tape by the broken Ellie. White haunting wires, it's right behind me, isn't it? Points on Brick Brothers, you elbow the jukebox in. It covers and breed out our incisors, feet wide-whited visors. Don't sound survival, but by now or die suburbia. You're not alone. The lights are on, but no one's home. Show, Myers-Briggs. Okay, ultra takes a village to fake a whole culture. You're you to the playground, your eyes on the ball, your head in the gutter, your brains on the wall. Oh well, home is where the heart is. You ain't homeless, but you're heartless. It's the safest on the market, but you still gotta watch where you park it. So get me a Half-Life Crisis. This is my favorite song. You're free from school, yippee! If the shoe that has... Why are you running away from me, Louie? Okay, I'll chase you then. Everyone knows that. Nobody knows it. Everybody's all up in my... I've been for like 2 hours. La 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 la. Hello. La 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 la. Oh. You don't got science on Wednesday? I don't go to school anymore. Do y'all want to restart? Since there's barely any people anyways. Why do you hear little guy? What? What do you mean, why do you hear little guy? What? Sure. Do y'all wanna restart? Thumb. Thumb. What about you? Hold on. Are you listening to both of us? Oh, they gave you homework every day? Ugh. Grew from your sister and I'm laughing in jail. Pressure. Ooh. Oh yeah, Salem, there was a goob that had, whatchamacallit, the diary. Like, whenever you're goob, you do that too. I was like, oh my gosh. Also, look at my trinkets. Come on, you've got blood. Oh shit. I just ran right into a table. Oh my gosh. Ooh, did they want your blood? So don't apologize for being blue and cold. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. It's only culture. It's only culture. What if I want to die? Yeah, culture's not your friend. Hey, fuck your culture. Hey, I am being very risky. On one heart, I am really risky. Why? No, you don't. I'm gonna put my my I'm gonna put my thingy on it. I'm gonna put my PNG tuber on it. You don't see it. Woo. Woo. Thank you, Cup I bought. Woo. No! I want to be risky. He was playing over you. I don't know why. I think Twitch is just being messed up right now. You're using your phone to play or... to watch me? Okay. Dork? Shut the fuck up. I'm being risky. Risque. Woo. How do you like my risky moves, bro? My awesome jukes. Woo. I'm about you if you don't stop. You have 7 eggs from a... Oh my god. Oh my god. You keep on playing Grow a Garden. You keep on playing Grow a Garden, bro. Why do you keep on playing Grow a Garden out of everything? Oh my god. Bro keeps on playing Grow a Garden. That's so crazy. Pop me, I dare you. Pop me, I dare you. I dare you. Bro keeps on playing Grow a Garden. Ew! Both of those! Ooh! Yucky, yucky! Ew, ew! Steel brain rot is so toxic. Oh my gosh, R&D! Oh shit, we have 3! Oh no! What if I were to actually accidentally, you know, or perform a cool, awesome juke in front of one of them, you know, like this. The community is toxic and so is everyone. Rather stick with Grow a Garden than... Again! I thought we were gonna restart, bro. Ooh. You played Steel Brain Rot, bro. Woo. Oh, you motherfucker. You made me lose them. Something is fishy. Oh, and every time I cry, it's about you. And every time I laugh, it's for you too. Not proud of it, lol. Something is fishy. Yo, thank you for the follow. Okay, stretch. Maybe we should restart because there's 2 other people. 2 other friends, Indecisive and Salem. Your username. I don't go out of my way to friend people, unfortunately. Like, if you wanna join, sure, but I usually friend people that get to at least like floor 20 to 25 with me. If not more floors. What are you planning? What are you planning with your thinking, Cap? You're thinking about something. Oh my gosh, the way you run is so funny. Oh my gosh. Blood! Blood! Get your ass over here! Ooh. Oops. Damn it! Damn it! We're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about that. Oh my gosh, we need medical attention. We need medical attention. Oh my gosh, we need medical attention. We need medical. Yes, we do. We need oh. Fuck you, Salem. Fuck you. Oh my gosh, it's blood. I'm gonna run. Ooh. 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 He's so cute. We're not gonna shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop etching blood. Oh my god. Dumbass, shut the fuck up. Fine, I'll use my band-aid. What if I want to edge plot? Twisted blood. What if I want to edge twisted blood? Oh, you. There's some tapes over here. There's also a pair of jumper cables over here. You should get the jumper cables because the jumper cables are so cool. I think Blot just got hit with a blot. Blot spawned beside me. Imagine. If you do, yes. Oh wait, are you friended with me? I think my joins are on, actually. I don't go out of my way to friend people. I only friend people that, like, get to at least, like, floor 20 with me. And prove they're, like, good players. I thought you were indecisive, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna edge him. Oops. I thought it was fast enough. Damn it! Oh. I only got to floor 10. This is the joke, by the way. You totally didn't get to floor 39 because of me. Like how I'm just wasting Sprout's tapes. Like, can we restart? His sounds are so weird. It's like... That's his sounds. He's kind of blocking the way, by the way. Oh, I'm ill! Oh no! I'm ill! Femboy, what? Femboy Hooters? Your highest floor without you is 28. Yeah. Get your fucking tapes. Ugh. Can't blame you. Don't forget to join the Discord. Oh my gosh, exit. Oh, both of y'all are at one. How? Get tagged. Get tagged, loser. Can we restart? Please? What if we restart? Have Indecisive and other people join. Oh my gosh, it's Glisten! Oh my god, it's damn. Owie! adds. Let's let him pop. I want to see how long I can distract him for. Let Glisten pop. Let him pop. Hi, Ixon. Me distract, okay. Oh, oh my god! Me distract. Ooh. Let him pop. Limo, mine was cream cheese. Ooh, cream cheese sounds so good right now. I'm not gonna lie. Because if I can distract Glisten, I can distract Pebble easily. Okay, he's popped. Where is he though? I got no clue where he is. Listen! Lizzie! Okay, where's a good jungle distracting spot? I can Glisten. Alright. Here we go. Hell yeah, we're distracting Glisten, guys. Okay, let's see if this is actually a good spot to kite. I'm gonna sleep because you live in my daydreams. We're gonna let Aeson do all of these machines, and then during panic, I'm just gonna fucking die. Honestly, I think this part right here is decent. Nope, I lost him. Whee! Orange! Whee! Whee! Oof, Rock Boy? What do you mean? Oh, I think I lost Boxton. Oh, I lost Boxton. It's a good jungle distracting spot. Finally, I found one. Whee! Okay, so if we ever get Pebble in this map, I want you all to listen to me real quick. Do all the machines in here first. If we... Yes, it is. Do all of these machines. Bro died to Boxton. Bro died to Boxton. Bro died to Boxton of all things. Couldn't have died to Glisten. Imagine. Imagine popping Glisten just so you can just distract everywhere. Whee! You just outwalk him, basically. I'm just running. You love sushi! I'm gonna actually take Boxton with me, and I'm gonna try... Ooh, ooh, ooh! Why did my mouse do that? Ooh, ooh, go! Susie... Sushi. Okay, yeah, Boxton, you cannot jungle kite. Oof already? Lol, imagine dying. No, we're distracting here. This is where we're distracting. We're distracting for everybody, guys. There's still totally 4 people alive. I'm totally not the only one alive. No, you ain't. There we go. I had to. I just had to. I had to. I was having fun. That's how you have fun, guys. You gotta Distract everybody. Dude, why is like half the people like the same color? Okay. That's what I was gonna ask. Let me open up Discord real quick. I'm going to open up Discord. Also, I realized my webcam's still on, so I could literally just go. I could literally just go. Jump scare. Meet me in the room. Meet me in the room where it happened. The room where it happened. The room where it happened. Oh gosh. They got photos of the. Oh hell yeah, we're gonna game, guys. We're gonna game. Okay, Discord, open up. Yeah, it's terrifying. I'm terrifying, guys. Oi, oi, oi! Wait your turn, bro! Don't push people out of the way. Dang. Yeah, sure. Just find us. Why is Discord taking so long to load? Oh, it's already open. Maybe? You need to get Fugitex so you can have mini-me on your stream so people know who you're talking to. Oh my gosh. I do, I need to. But it'll probably lag my computer out. Oh, will in your hands. You got this little spot. Please relieve me of my dream. I'm kneeling, begging, screaming for my savior, sweet release on death. Oh, I wanna die, 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 wanna die. I can taste your honey on my final breath. I'm just waiting. I'm trying to join the VC. Join. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hola?
Hello?
Hello?
Why can't I hear you? Hold up.
Wait, you can't hear me?
I still can't hear you.
Oh shit. Wait,
Bro,
what's going
talking.
on?
Is it a me issue?
I think it's a you issue.
I think it might be a me
I
issue.
think it's
Hold
a you
up.
issue. I think it's a you issue, bro.
I'm having a me issue.
You're having a you issue? Oh my gosh. Why am I getting smooched?
Hello?
Why'd I get smooched? Hello? Okay.
I don't know if I'm not allowed to hear. I have your soundboard muted. It's not like you're muted.
Oh.
What is that? Hold on.
Hello?
Suck of foods. What's
Hello?
happening?
Why am I muted? Why am I muted? It's fake, but I can tell Sprout tastes like fruity misery.
I cannot hear you.
Who is licking people?
How do I fix that?
You know what? I'm gonna
Sound
lick you.
is on.
Where are you?
Maybe if I restart Discord. Hold on, give me a minute.
I can hear myself. I can't hear you, but I can hear me. Damn. Damn. Homie, at least you don't taste raw. Yeah, you're an old man, bro. You're an old man. Ew, Ollie. It's an old man. Oh my gosh. Funny thing is, you're probably the oldest one out of all of us. Fuck. You're fixing shit. Hold up. Fix it faster. Go to the room. Go to the room where it happened. Go to the room where it happened. The room where it happened. The room. Wedding? What do you mean, wedding? What is Fun Stuff Army doing? Let's watch them game. Do their epic gaming. Currently having to decide on who to be.
My
Are you
phone.
back? Oh my gosh, bro's back. Are you back? Homie? Homie? The room where it happened. Oh, bro left. Gabe? What? What? I tried to be in the room where it happened. Get tagged. Lol, get tagged. Are you back? Hello?
Okay, so it was my laptop. I thought it was literally just me. I don't know what's going on with my Discord on my laptop.
no.
I tried.
Oh no.
Let
Come
me go
to
to
the room where it
twitch.
happened.
I don't want to be in the room where
You
it
should really
happened.
be in the room where it happened. The room where it happened. The room where it happened. The
Don't
old
want
man
it. Why is it
in the
Shrimpo?
room. What?
Why is there a Shrimpo? Why is everyone staring at me?
Because they're watching my stream.
I know, but why is it staring at me? Smooch everyone.
Because
Oh god.
we've been waiting for you.
I'm not gay. I'm an old man. I don't think you want to smooch me.
What? Where are they going?
I'm a peacock.
Wait, where are they going? Where's Bassy going?
I don't know. We going? Okay. Wait for old Pete.
I think everybody's getting like split up.
Where's?
Where are you going?
Where am I? Gay. Where's everyone?
Oh my god! There's
lost.
like 2 of everybody.
What is happening? Okay, everyone go to the tree. Go to the tree.
Go to the tree. Go to the tree.
Tree. We go to tree.
Go to the tree.
So we don't get lost.
Okay, there's 3, 4, 5, 6. Why did your cat? Meow.
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 Oh, is that 5 days?
Why is bro AFK?
What the fuck are we doing?
Leave here to rest safely. Meow 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 meow. Went through your headphones and it was still loud.
Granny Switch server. What is Granny Switch server?
Granny Switch. What?
That's what the Rogers said. They said Granny
Stop
Switch.
yelling, please. Meow.
That's what the Rogers said. It's the Granny Switch server. But it was don't.
Who's Yada?
I don't know.
Yada, who are you?
You're under arrest.
You're under arrest and oh gosh. They're AFK.
They're AFK. Meow.
Yiipeee is
Meow.
AFK. What the Sigma? Meow.
I want to know when it's going to stop. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. We're on Chris. Meow. 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 I don't know. Meow. No, I don't believe her. I'm just what is
You should look at
happening?
my stream.
I am. I see. I constantly see your face popping up. Meow. You know what's the best trinkets for Shrimpo? Golden brick and coal. Well, and I'm not golden brick, just the brick and the coal. Perfect trinkets for Shrimpo. Yes, golden brick gang. Gold.
I have enough to get it, but I don't want to get it.
Okay, what about? Do you have the diary? Best trinket, brick and diary. Lois was stealth.
Meow. Bro said meow.
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 Seedly, you're under arrest.
Meow. Meow.
Meow. You hear cats still. Can we stop shooting?
What is up with this shooting? I hear kids still. Meow.
Wait, what the fuck happened to my mic? Or wait.
Meow.
What the fuck? My headphones.
Where's my dead?
What the hell?
Nar. Oh,
Oh
nar,
wait, I
dude.
turned them all the way down by accident.
Dummy.
Let's go to the astrovator.
I don't know if I want to play as Eggson.
Go to the astrovator.
Meow. Meow.
Spell.
Slowpoke.
Oh my gosh.
Meow.
Meow. Bro's still meowing. Bro,
Where did that all
went.
start?
Meow.
Meow. Meow.
This is how Gigi used to meow whenever I was still living there.
Such a cute meow. My cat's annoying and claws under my door.
Slowberry. Can you be a backup distractor, please?
Who? Me?
You, yeah. Why are they playing a Shrimpo?
Shit.
Oh no,
Fuck,
why are
my
they playing
bad.
Shrimpo? Oh no, I'm scared now.
Charmate, I didn't have the right trinket on,
Why are
and
you
I didn't
Shrimpo?
check. I hate meowing. Meow. Meow.
I think one of the stray cats around me had kittens.
Oh heck yeah.
It's not a heck yeah moment. Let's grief the shrimp. Oh no.
Well, there's two tapes next to each other.
Sprout.
Ooh.
I need to drop a heart. I dropped a heart.
I love how Blott's here too. Slay. Meow.
Why are you still meowing?
Meow. I don't know. I want to see how long they can last till they get annoyed. Meow.
Meow meow meow
Meow.
meow 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 meow.
Meow.
Meow 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 meow.
Meow.
Meow 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 meow.
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 Yeah, they got tagged.
Damn tags.
Oh my god. Meow.
Oh my gosh.
Meow. He thought I was having the time of his life. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Oh my gosh.
Meow.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna get more demented as I laugh.
Oh my gosh, I'm lagging.
Meow.
Stop meowing. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Meow.
Shrimpo, get in.
Meow.
Hurry. Oh
Whoa.
fuck.
Boar. Woof. Woof. Oh, Doug is wolf.
Oh my god.
Woof. 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 Wolf.
Listen here. I think Louie's
Wolf.
dying. I think I'm dying as well. Listen here.
Wolf.
I don't like you. I am now going to bark at you. Woof, woof, bark, bark. Woof, 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 bark, bark, bark. La, la, la. I think I'm dying because of these cats. No. No, please don't. And don't. Bro, I gotta have my dogs, though. There's a smoke bomb. Shrimpo, I think you should have the smoke bomb.
Oh, literally. Meow. Meow.
It's Roger.
Woof.
Who else is here? Who is our Twisted of the day?
Woof, woof.
I don't know where the Twisted is.
It's Finn. Seedly has I mean Sprout, sorry.
Get your stupid ass over here. Shrimpo, get away. Please.
Meow. Bark.
Meow. The fuck was that meow?
Bark.
Meow.
Bark.
You got this. There's a tape over here by me. Thank you, Kofi Bot. Ooh, don't mind if I do.
We gotta encourage the shrimp with
Go
golden
shrimp,
brick.
Go shrimp. Go shrimp.
Shrimp.
I see the golden grip. I see the golden bricks from
Golden
across
grip?
the map.
Go Shrimpo.
Something's
I
fishy.
believe in you, golden brick.
I can see them from across the map. It's like Sprout's ability. Like he sees all the things around.
Golden
All
brick.
the hearts. I can just see it. Oh my
Golden
gosh.
brick.
Oh my gosh.
Stop hitting your head.
Stop
Someone get this
hitting
guy.
your head. Your brain cells are dying. Yeah.
Golden brick. I'm close. You
They've
got
been
this,
dead.
golden.
Sprout, don't forget about aggro tapes. Let me know when Shrimpo's in the elevator.
Shrimpo is in Ellie.
Okay, I'm
Shrimpo,
taking-
get your ass in the elevator. You're good.
I'm just slowly walking with the Twisteds. Sprout, get your aggro tapes. Get your aggro tapes. Get your aggro tapes. Get your aggro tapes. You. Oh. Oh yeah,
I'm
I forgot
out of
about
Ellie.
that.
I'm really stepping on that. Wild. I think a certain shrimp needs this.
Okay, so first off, heyo everyone. And secondly, favorite Twisted, go. Oh, ooh, oh, that's oh gosh.
Eggson.
That's a hard
I love
question.
Eggson. I win automatically. My favorite, Eggson.
That's a.
I love people.
There's a band-aid. There's a band-aid. Oh, I can't be greedy because everybody's oh. I can't be greedy because everybody's watching me.
What if I was greedy and took it?
Don't be greedy. They're watching. They're
I'm
listening.
fucking with you. I know they are.
I wonder what shrimp tastes like on eggs. Oh, that's horrifying. Why am I lagging
Actually,
so
probably
much?
sounds pretty good.
Cosmo.
Like get some ramen.
Oh my
Get some
god.
ramen. Cook some shrimp.
Did
Oh
y'all
wait,
see
I said
that leg?
favorite-
Yours is Twisted Dial, followed closely by Twisted Blot, and fourth. Oh, and Twisted Astro, and fourth is Twisted Goob, and then Brusha. Autocorrect, you can die in a fire. I hope you die in a fire. Sprout, do you want it? You can't heal yourself, but you can heal others.
Run, Shrimpy, run!
I'm on my
But no,
way to
shrimp
the
with
elevator.
eggs sounds pretty good. All you have to do is like get some ramen, then cook some shrimp.
I'm
and then
going to
get
the
some egg.
elevator.
Pretty good.
It is Curses by Crane Wives. Yes, it is.
It's funny because I can't hear the music.
Um,
I'm eating Cheez-Its though, so I'm vibing.
honestly, I'm gonna have to say Dial is one of my favorite Twisteds. Dial is one of my favorites. I'm not gonna lie, Dial is one of my favorite Twisteds.
Fair enough. I'd have to say Bobette for Twisted, for like main Twisted. Common, Eggson. I love him. He hits like an old man. It's hilarious.
I think I think Dial and Bassie. Dial honestly reminds you this happened. Oh yeah, I do.
Twisted Bob, I had such a good concept of a Twisted. I love it. Very good.
Yes. Hi Tisha.
And then
So Astro's gonna babysit. I will let
I'm
you
gonna go
know
with
I can distract while babysitting. Like I can distract and babysit at the same time.
I'm gonna have to go with order wise. The factors are order wise would be common Eggson if we're including the events. So yeah, Eggson, and then uncommon would be Raz and Bass. Rare would have to be. I'm gonna say Flutter because then you're gonna have to like constantly look out because Flutter doesn't really
I fucking
they don't
hate
stop.
Flutter. I used to be scared of
She
Flutter, you
doesn't
know.
stop them. She literally just has the same movement speed as any base tomb. She
I
just doesn't
know.
stop.
I used to. I don't need a pop. I don't need a pop. I had a bottle of pop and a band-aid.
Damn, I just saw
God
you lagging,
fucking damn
bro.
it. I am lagging. I'm lagging so bad right now.
Yeah, I can hear it. And then
Oh
my
my
favorite rare
gosh.
as like an event tomb, like event twisted, would have to be
Don't do
Cole.
last. He's at elevator.
Yeah, he is at Ellie. And then it's fine. It's gonna take a while because
I think I might just use the band-aid, honestly.
And then
I'm gonna use the band-aid. I know. I don't like using. I like having like at least one emergency band, but I like it in my third slot. Okay, do last. Make. Oh, he's going back.
Cole
Just
is
make
such
sure
a
everybody
good...
else is at the elevator.
Okay, so we got Shrimpo, Bassie, me, Sprout, Astro. I think everyone's here. Yeah.
Okay.
Run, Shrimp, run! Oh my gosh, Sprout, you're scaring the living
Oh,
hell out of me.
Are you okay?
And then Cole is such a good rare twisted. Just because in like when the lights are off, then
You know, Dial does not like
snakes.
Dial doesn't like snakes. He's a snake.
I think he is like
ad break in 1 minute. Oh no. Oh fuck, it's GG.
Rip.
I don't want to distract you guys. I don't want to distract you guys. Sure, do you have any items?
Oh shoot, hi Finn.
Oh shoot.
Hi.
Oh shoot.
What did we switch? When did this happen?
Oh, you gotta. Oh my gosh, I'm lagging so badly right now.
Hi, Finn. Finn, stop. Okay, fine. Come on, Finn. We're going on walkies.
2,
I'm taking my
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She's gonna pull. 2, 3. Got her. 5, 6, 7, 8. Fuck! I am lagging so fucking much right now. God
I think bro's gonna die of pop.
Thank you, Sprout. Well, I don't have any items anymore. Like, y'all can see on the stream, don't let hand touch the butt.
They touched the butt.
They touched the butt. Sprout, there's a tape bite. You just read my Twitch chat. What's going on in there?
I don't know.
They're doing headcanons for Dial. Oh my gosh, I'm lagging. Y'all can see my lag on my stream too. Like, I'm not even lying about this shit. I'm just straight up lagging.
Why is bro lagging?
I don't know. What are you eating?
Cheez-Its.
Oh, can I have one?
No.
Oh.
These are my Cheez-Its, bitch.
Oh man.
Get your one.
Oh my gosh. The lag. Bessie, go! Bessie, go! Get to the alley! Okay, Hold up, let me move my bike real quick, because I think that might be one of the problems. I need to, like, get up and stretch
Medkit,
myself.
medkit. I am 1 tape off. Are you kidding me right now?
Like, half my bones. My bones are popped. My bones are popped. Wonder if your PC can. Oh, your PC. I don't know. Stupid ad. Yeah, I know it's an ad break. Oh,
It's like
little sleigh.
I feel a little recall.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. It's
Hi.
Toodles. Guys, guys, I'm scared. I just flasks. I'm scared.
You need Peepaw to help you. Where's this shrimp? I gotta find the shrimp.
I don't know where Toodles is.
Peepaw's looking for Shrimpy. Where are you, Sonny? I'm coming. Your old good pal Peepaw's here.
Someone hold my hand. Aster just
I
says,
gotta find
no.
him. Where is he? Where is Peepaw? I'm on 1 heart. Oh.
I don't want Exon near me.
Don't worry, Peepaw's coming. Peepaw got spotted.
By the way, I don't know where Toodles is. I'm at the broken elevator though.
I'm coming. I got Demon Child. It's okay. Here you go. Be careful, Sonny.
Thank you.
Where's the shrimp? I gotta find Shrimpy.
Oh my gosh.
He needs someone to hold his hand in this dark.
You can share head cannons. Just make sure that like you're not doing too many words or like characters because sometimes it does time people out. If it's like an entire wall of text, especially.
Where's Shrimpy, guys? Okay.
Oh,
there's
God,
Shrimpy. Want me to hold your hand? I'll hold your hand. Come here. Come here, Sonny.
I'm bringing them too.
I'm holding your hand.
God fucking damn it. Oh, my eyes.
Ew, grandpa. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think most of us need a heart at least. At least 1 heart.
I'm vibing.
You're vibing out. Wait, I thought you were at 1 heart earlier.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, I've been vibing the whole time.
Oh.
Done it?
Drools.
Ew. Keep your drooling ass away from me.
Oh shit. She scared me.
Don't worry, Peepaw got this. Peepaw's on the move.
Russia scared me.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, well, I was gonna say. Oh, wait, Sherpo. Ah! I was looking the other way. I saw Sherpo and Russia going too. Sherpo, why am I lagging more?
Bro, I think you're struggling a little bit.
I am. I'm literally lagging so much. Okay, Shrimpo's over there, so I'm gonna move over to this area right here, actually.
Oh, finally, I found a goddamn elevator. I'm at a machine.
What?
I found a machine. Shut up.
Everybody's lagging at this point.
I'm fine. Not me, not old Peepaw.
Oh my god, how did I lose Brusha?
Not bad, I am lagging. It's on just like the lag right next to me.
It just like the game started. I think it's because of, like everybody's out of school now, or something.
Probably.
Need help, Louie? I don't know anymore.
Where's Shrimpo? We need to get Shrimpo. You need Peepaw to hold your hand again.
Get damn twisties. Ooh, Astro. Okay, well, I was gonna say that whenever Dial is in love, both his and his twisted form opens like a. Oh my gosh. Huh.
Yes, please. Okay, sure. I got you. Peepaw will hold your hand. Don't worry. I'll hold your hand. I'll hold your
We
hand.
need
Don't
Shrimpo
worry.
the
Peepaw
Pimpo.
knows you.
Shrimpo the Pimpo.
No. What is Shrimpo? He's just a
Horrified.
baby. He's just a big baby. He's okay. Come on, Shrimpy. We're going on a walk.
Don't go on a walk yet. I gotta get the twisteds.
I'm walking
I'm not used
already.
to
I'm
this much of a
walking.
stream delay. I'm not either. Oh my gosh.
Me and Shrimpo are walking. We're going on walkies.
I gotta find whoever else is here. Oh, it's Roger. Okay. It's in front of us.
Oh,
Breathe over my
Shrimpy, there's a
shoulder,
machine
breathing
for
down my
you.
neck.
We found
Wait, say,
Roger.
yeah, I'm old here. There's a
Don't you dare, Shrimpy. Come on. We
Roger.
got a
Dead.
machine. It's a machine for you. There you go. Let's go find some.
We need Shrimpo the Pimp. La-di-da-di-da, it's motherfucking
I found
Shrimpo.
some tapes. They're the 4x4 area.
Yes, to err is human, so don't be one. Astro, where
Look,
did you
there's a
go?
machine, Shrimpo. I think it might be on
I think
you.
Astro lagged out.
I just saw Astro. Are those machines done, Shrimpy? Go do your machine, buddy. It's okay. It's okay.
Astro grieved?
Astro,
Oh my gosh.
report them?
Ooh.
How?
Oh shit!
I just saw them run down.
I lagged! The
The
lag.
lag.
You can see it too, Astro. You can see it too. You can see me actively lagging out. I see Sprout running. I can see Sprout running.
Their thing. The shrimp is doing their machine. I'm coming, Shrimpy. I'm coming. Oh, Peepaw, come on. Let's go, Shrimpy.
I think we need
We
to get
gotta
to
go.
the elevator.
We gotta go, Shrimpy. Come on. I ain't got all day.
Oh shit. Shrimpo isn't at the elevator yet.
Nope.
Get to the elevator.
I'm at the elevator, bitch. Get your ass
Bessie,
in.
get in! No, Bassie and Teakin's head shapes are similar. Oh my god, let's kill everybody!
No, me
Let's
and
all
Trip
die.
here going walking. We're on walking duty.
Distract.
Oh shit.
Sure, you can distract. Hell yeah! Oh my gosh, wait, red, yellow, and blue. It's the primary colors voted for the card.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Shrimpo.
Oh, good luck, Shrimpo.
Come on, Shrimpy. You gotta hold hands. Come on.
You got
It's time to lock in, Shrimpy.
Hey, Dial's
I'm
right
going
here.
to-
And Shrimpo.
What? Oh, fuck. No worry. People got the Shrimpy. There's the machine. Shrimpy, come on.
Do y'all want me to help out with the machine so I don't fucking die?
Just be careful. That's all I gotta say.
Y'all need to also be careful.
We can only be careful so many times.
Y'all
I'm
also
an
need to
old
be careful
man.
for the thing. You ain't doing anything. You ain't.
Shrimpy did one machine. I'm so proud of you, Sonny. I'm so proud. Peepaw's proud of you. Don't worry. Well, I mean, to be fair, let's look at freaking Shrimpo's skill check size.
Bro needs to lock in.
Don't worry, Peepaw's got this. Oh, hello, Sonny.
Oh hey.
Be careful.
I
Be
am.
careful.
I am.
Shrimpo's over there. Shrimpo's over there.
Okay. I'm just gonna distract over here then.
Okay.
I don't have Cosmo, by the way.
Do you want some crowns? While you distract.
Damn. Y'all saw how fast those went up, right?
I'm locking in. I'm locking in. People's locking in. Oh shit! I see Dial. Oh shit, he's walking toward us, by the way.
Okay. Which way? Oh, there he is.
So far he stopped right now. I'm a little scared though. Oh shit! Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. Oh shit! Oh, someone failed their skill check. He's mad.
Oh my god, that was terrifying. He saw me. He saw me and that terrified me. He's still pissed off. He's still really pissed off, bro.
Peepaw blessed me. I did! I believe in Shrimpo!
I'm just gonna focus on these machines.
Shrimpo's my grandson, yes sir!
He's
I'm very
close to me.
proud of him.
He's coming over here.
Very proud of my grandson.
I'm gonna quietly run over to this area over here because he's over there behind me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh shit, someone else failed a skill check.
Oh shit, what?
Yeah, he got angry.
Oh shit.
Oh, it was indecisive.
And do I need to do all the machines? Because I will. Don't think I won't!
Just go to all the machines and like prep them.
Well. You all are so well. I'm so proud of you.
Just go to all the machines and prep them.
I'll just do all the machines. Don't worry. Peepaw's got this.
What scares me the most is I don't know where exactly Shrimpo is. Oh, hey, Cosmo.
He's at the elevator.
Okay. Because I'm kind of by the elevator, and so it's like, I don't want to accidentally run
Probably
like,
having
cross paths with him.
Yeah, he's at Ellie.
I hope someone finished the machine that I did.
Oh, that was probably me. I'm fine. You need some crowns.
Cramps, you okay?
Crowns.
He sounds like he's close, but I don't know where he is. But I have the other Twisteds.
Oh, thank you, Sonny. I was given a stealth candy. I bet it tastes like butterscotch. I love oh my god! Oh, people just almost had a heart attack. I was killed over again. Oh my god. I'm too old for this. Oh my god. People's gonna have a heart attack.
Bro almost had a heart attack. I think you had a
Oh my god.
Did you have a heart
You
attack?
saw someone. You saw someone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't see me. No, you don't see Jack Dilly Squat. Go away, boy. People almost had a heart attack again, gang. I'm okay. I'm okay. People's okay. People's still kicking. I'm still going. I may be old, but I still got plenty of years left in me.
No, I think you're almost about to croak. You refuse to do
No,
circle
I'm
machines?
not.
Oh shit.
I'll do them. I got him. Don't worry. People's got this. Oh shit, he's coming through middle. He's coming through middle. Coming
Okay,
through
he's
middle.
coming through middle?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yep. Oh my god. I see him. I see him. I see him. People almost had a heart attack. Sprout, you better heal me when I get a heart attack. You better help. You better know some
You better heal
CPR.
me when I get a heart attack.
People's gonna croak. I can feel it.
People's gonna croak. Guys, pray for Peepaw. He needs his heart medication.
I need my heart medication. I didn't bring it with me today.
Yeah, he's about to have a heart attack, guys.
Oh my god. Oh shit, I thought I saw something. It was fucking Astro. God damn, why is it always fucking
Why is
vintage
it always Astro?
shit out of me? It's always vintage Astro that scares the
He's
shit out
coming
of me.
towards me. He's coming to
shit.
Good Ellie.
Oh fuck. I gotta protect my grandson!
Shrimpy, be
Yeah,
careful!
be careful, Shrimpo. I just saw you. You are literally, like, blending in with the fucking bookcase.
Maybe if he blends in, he won't be spotted.
Maybe.
God damn, I love my.
Yeah, he literally blended in with the fucking, like, bookcase. Hope someone completed
Shrimple's
the machine that I
okay!
did the most of.
Okay. My grandson's okay, gang. It's okay.
I'm in a spot where they can't see me. Okay.
I'm so proud of my grandson.
Holy hell. Scared me.
I'll have a heart attack one of these
I wish you
days.
can see his bar, like, from any point in the map, honestly.
Oh shit, I found my skill check. Oh shit, Sprout, I'm sorry. I killed Sprout.
Oh, fuck.
On accident. I saw Sprout, I'm sorry. This is my bad.
Why do I always die? Oh. Oh, and I see the machine where he died.
Yeah.
I see it's almost completed.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Should have been.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Peepaw killed Sprout.
I did it on accident. I'm sorry. It wasn't on
Peepaw
purpose.
murdered Sprout. Peepaw
It wasn't on
murdered
purpose. I'm
Sprout,
sorry.
like one of the children in Five Nights at Freddy's.
Peepaw.
Peepaw murdered Sprout, like in the movies.
Listen, I didn't do it on purpose. I did it on accident. Oh wait, is the last one in the middle?
Maybe?
No, it's not.
And I
Where's
was
the
about
last
to
one?
say, oh my gosh, dial floor with nobody dying, and then you fucking killed him.
Sorry! Golden brick last machine. Where's the machine?
At least I got research. Yeah, you got research.
Thank you. Peepaw's got it. Peepaw will whack the machine.
Astro, get to the elevator.
Oh.
No.
Gumball. You better not die. Fuck, I failed my skill check. From panicking. At least I know he'll come to my machine, run around, everyone be careful. That's for damn sure. What is he doing? Bro, you just relaxing there? Shit, I wish I could. Bro's relaxing in a corner with the freaking couch.
Oh my gosh.
I just saw him with the couch.
Maybe he likes couches.
Maybe. I don't know. Stand up. Probably. Peepaw's coming! Peepaw's coming to Ellie! Don't worry, gang, I'm coming! I may be old, but these bones ain't brittle. Oh shit. He's near me. Fuck. Oh shit, he's walking the way that I'm going.
I did all the work. Just hurry.
Dude, I can't. He's in my way, physically.
you?
Oh my god. Dude, it's fine. I can make it. I can make it. I just gotta... Oh shit, he's seen me. You'll never take me
What do you need
alive!
to run?
I'm running! Get in! Dumbass! Stupid! I would have been fine! I would have been fine! Why did you go out there?
What did you don't need?
Dude, I would have been fine!
Louie's on the way to save you, and then he fucking dies.
Literally, I was literally 1 second, I was like, okay, I can do this. I've done it before, and then all of a sudden you crunch, dude.
Oh, wait, why did the elevator close without me? Oh no.
Dumb. We had 1 second left on the timer. Fine. Shrimpo, you want my machine?
Distractors died.
Shrimpo, get your ass over here. Shrimpo!
Shrimpo.
Child of mine! Grandson of mine, get your ass over here. Never mind. It's okay.
Oh yeah, he has V-mode. Damn,
Yeah, that's right.
From all the way across the map.
Who saw me? Oh shit. Come here. You're not. Come here.
Oh,
Bitch,
shit.
get your ass over here.
Oh shit.
I will-
Oh shit.
Come on.
Oh shit. Holy shit.
I got anything to protect my grandson.
Anything to protect my grandson. I fucking died.
You don't count. You're not my grandson.
Oh. Are you distracted now?
I guess I am.
Oh, he went to. She went to Russia. Or Russia. What? Russia went to Shrimpo.
She went to Russia. I'm so proud. Thank you. How the fuck do you say she when it's shrimp? Dumbass.
I was trying to say she went to Shrimpo. She went to Russia.
Dumbass.
Did you just drink a bottle of pop or a pop?
It was just a pop. Don't worry.
Was it good?
I'm not that much idiot.
Was it good?
No.
Oh.
Too sweet.
You don't like sugar? You got diabetes?
I got diabetes.
You got diabetes?
I got diabetes. Oh shit.
Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Everybody, thank the Ko-Fi Bot. You gotta thank it.
Thank Ko-Fi Bot. I'm running for my fucking life.
Thank the Ko-Fi Bot.
People's out of stamina. People's gonna die, gang.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Everyone get to the fucking elevator.
Guys, thank Ko-Fi Bot. Thank
I already
Ko-Fi
did,
Bot.
asshole. I already did.
Chat, you gotta thank Ko-Fi Bot.
You. Oh my fucking god, fine.
Are you just very slowly typing thank you, Ko-Fi Bot in chat?
There, now it's pinned.
Thanks, Ko-Fi Bot. Thank you.
What if no Ko-Fi? Yeah, what if no Ko-Fi Bot?
That's what if
I
no
must
Ko-Fi.
This
is how you do. This is how I handle no Ko-Fi.
Oh. Hi, Connie. I gotta protect my grandson! You good, grandson?
Okay, I will be right back. Entertain chat. Try not to die while I'm gone.
I'm protecting my grandson. His name is Shrimpo. He is angry. It's okay. I love him. He's a good grandson. Good boy. He's doing a machine. He's headbutting it. Why is it? For me, they're so janky. Why is it so janky? Son, are you gonna have a grandson? Are you gonna have a concussion? Gotta support my grandson. Grandson, I would be careful. You got this, grandson. Golden brick it. Golden brick. You got this, grandson. You got this. Yeah, you fight that machine. Beat it up, grandson. Connie, what the fuck? You got this, grandson. So proud. Never been proud. I'm ill again, though. I might die from illness. Protect the grandson. We're at Ellie. Run! Run! There you go. Oh shit. Grayson, buy whatever candy you want, and it's on the house. I wonder if there's any eggs in it. Do you think it's Easter? I think it's Easter. You know, there was this one reindeer. I think his name was Rudy. Rudy said
Rudy?
Christmas. Yeah, the stupid reindeer from the Christmas event said Christmas. Easter.
But
I know my day. It's Easter. No, it's not.
But it is Christmas.
It's Christmas.
It is Christmas.
It is not. It's Easter.
It's Christmas.
It's Easter, damn it.
It's. It's.
It's not time. It's Easter. think you're fucking up.
It's like one of those fucking, oh, what do you call it? Because it's the when you're at the dentist and you're like getting your thing, the water.
Sir, you hurt my brain. Christmas! It's Easter!
It's Christmas.
No, Easter is way better.
It's
Here's the Christmas.
No,
Shrimpo!
it's Christmas.
Shrimpo! Shrimpo, what would you like for your birthday, for Christmas, grandson? What would my grandson like for Christmas?
For Christmas? I'm his.
Yeah, what
He's
is
my
it?
other. He's my second grandson.
No, you play as
I have
Louis,
the
dumbass.
first.
Pony? I'll get you a pony. Don't worry, Peepaw's got you.
People has you.
Peepaw's
People too has you.
cat.
Uncle Grandpa has you.
Uncle Grandpa.
Do you want to go on an adventure? Wait, what's his skill check like with illness?
Shitty. That's what it looks like. You're welcome.
What's his skill check like with illness? Oh my gosh. Wait, does illness spread to other tunes?
No.
It's going well. It's going well. I'm dead.
Oh shit.
I died.
Peepaw's fighting for his goddamn life. That's what's going on.
People's fighting for his. I see that.
Peepaw doesn't have stamina. Thank you.
Astro gave you stamina.
I just saw. Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up. Papa.
Oh fuck! I'm going. This shit.
Everyone's at the elevator.
I'm running. Can't you see that? Peepaw can only go so fast. Oh look at that. I got. Oh. Ah!
You were trying to go for the stamina candy.
I was.
You were trying to go. You were trying to go for it.
I was. Oh, yeah. I guess this would be
Dude,
better.
everybody except for Shrimpo is at 1.
We're all doing our
It's the Shrimpo protection squad.
protect the grandson.
It's the Shrimpo protection squad.
I gotta protect my grandson. Man wants a pony. I'm gonna get him a pony.
Get him a pony. Yeah, I died on
gotta
the
get
dial
him-
floor because I walked outside of the elevator when there was 1 second left without realizing there was 1 second left, and so I fucking died.
It's okay, Shrimpo. Peepaw's got you. Peepaw has you back. Don't worry.
There's
Oh,
a Band-Aid.
you can have it. You can have
Dude,
it.
you're at 1.
They can have it. Okay. Peepaw will be okay. Look at that. Another candy.
I think Gramps is gonna be dead by the time they get that pony.
Thank
Bro ain't got the stuff. What kind of pony are you getting him?
I'm getting him. Oh, one of those big ponies. You know,
Like
the
a
pony.
Clydesdale?
Yeah.
Like on the
Those
Budweiser logo, the Clydesdale. They're gonna go after Shrimpo.
Yeah. Oh fuck, Triple, run! Oh, gotta protect my kid.
Yeah, you
Gotta
gotta get him a
protect my girl.
Clydesdale.
Yeah. It's one of
Hell
the
yeah.
big ones. Yeah.
Astro's ability is on cooldown.
I know. I'm gonna run. I'm just gonna play it, which didn't really help. Great. It's okay. Peepaw's got this. Peepaw's got this. Peepaw's walking.
Your
Oh, shit,
knees
shit,
are
shit.
bending at unnatural angles.
The fuck you mean? My knees are bending on a natural.
You gotta hold off for 20 more seconds, homie. Oh. Gain that stamina.
I'm regaining my stamina.
There's an ad break. What do you mean ad break?
Oh shit, there is an ad break.
I think Bassett
People-
just raged because they just failed a skill check.
Probably. It's okay. It's okay.
Get to the elevator, man.
Thank you, Astro. I'm protecting my grandson.
Your knees are bending at unnatural angles.
The fuck you mean my knees are bending on natural angles, bitch? What? What?
Stupid ads. Hey, you're getting me money by that. Be happy that you're getting me money.
Wait, I'm gonna buy this and I'm gonna buy that. Actually.
I like how you
Like,
just
if we
slowly
want-
see it getting more and more dark on my screen. I've been live since
Yeah.
12.
Damn.
I've been live for 5 hours and 42 minutes. 43 minutes.
Yeah, I know, man.
Thing is, I was actually planning on this stream to be like, first off, I was gonna do Dandy's World, and then I was gonna go to another game.
Oh god, grandson, run! I got you,
run.
grandson.
Poppy's
Protecting
over
my
there in
grandson.
that room, by the way. Minecraft. Yeah, I was gonna try to play Minecraft, but then I was like, you know, more people more of my friends are coming on. I'm not gonna do it. Cosmo's right there.
I know!
We got Exon distracting before GTA 6. She just gave you a box of chocolates. Get the box of chocolates.
I can only go so fast in a circle, damn it. I picked up tapes. Thank you.
Normal human being wouldn't need.
I have 300 stamina. Tell the candy eaters out.
Did you eat all of it?
What? I didn't eat the box of chocolate. My
Oh.
goddamn fucking jawbreaker, dumbass.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're a one heart. You're on your last leg, bro. You're gonna die soon. So I don't want to hear
People
anything
want
about.
I gotta protect my grandson.
Stigma where it says people always come back. You ain't coming back from this. You ain't coming back from this shit.
Yes, I am.
No, you ain't.
Yes, I am. Shut the fuck up.
No, you ain't. Shrimp was on the last one. Oh yes, this is just gonna be the angle we're gonna get. Hell yeah. I love my funny angles, and this is a funny angle.
Oh, I got another jawbreaker. Thank you. Oh, hey, I got speed. Let's go. I can walk with it. At least I'm regaining my stamina.
Distractor exit before 6, 7. Oh shit, I think I got one of the parts of my earbud stuck in my ear. Oh wait, nope, grabbed it. Got it. Phew. I only see pixels, rock boy. You only see pixels? Oh no.
Count every individual pixel. Run, boy, run! Thank you.
From your face. Oh yeah. I'm gonna get the
Don't worry.
I'm gonna try to get the webcam that Zero Byte has, because they sent the Amazon link to me, but that's whenever I'm not in the negatives. Ayo! Let me not read off my social security. Let me read off my bank.
Peepaw's
I
got
have
you,
negative
kid.
$71.68.
Peepaw's got you. Always support the shrimp. Yeah!
Not
I'm
to
so
mention
proud of
all the stuff that I owe, like Cash App and like Afterpay. I am broke. I am broke.
Oh shit.
But the thing is, the only reason why— oh, Astro's here.
Oh fuck!
People's on his last leg.
Oh shit, who else is here?
Cosmo.
Oh my god.
Shrimp is so slow. He's so
Oh god.
slow. Yeah,
Yep, he did. I did.
Hey, Shrimp was
I
here.
did.
Somewhere.
I gotta look for the last twist. Oh, there it is.
Astro
Peepaw's
has...
got.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
What? Am I
Cosmo
missing
got
someone?
lost and almost tried to go to Shrimpo.
Ah, fuck.
Bassie's... Is Bassie dead or is it you?
It's me.
You're dead.
Yeah, Peepaw
I
died.
genuinely thought... Grandpa? Grandpa?
That kind of actually genuinely hurt. Was dead.
No
No
pony, I
pony, I guess.
guess.
Damn. It's okay. I wanted my will that Shrimpo gets all my money. He can buy himself a pony.
Shrimpo can buy himself a pony. I'll get
He
10
will
for
get.
20 for you. You got 5 Floridas. You got 5 Floridas. You got 5 Floridas. You got 5 Floridas to go, bro. Are you sure about that?
I believe in
You're
my
sure about
grands.
that? Are you 100% sure about that?
I
don't
believe
know,
in
man.
grands.
He seems like he's nodding pretty aggressively. I'm still like thinking about like what happened at the Willwood concert because he was saying something about a cop by him, like a cop was like had pulled him over, and someone at the fucking balcony, like where I kind of where I was, but like a little bit farther back, literally went, "It's okay, he's white."
It's okay. He's white.
Because he had a bag of weed on him, and like what he did was he threw it when the cop had turned his back, and he was like, "Huh, well, how did that get there?"
Uh-uh.
It was fucking hilarious. The thing is, Willwood's been having a big problem with hecklers recently, like especially at his theater shows, and so like, yeah. Oh, and then like somebody literally was like recording, like I saw them from the 6-7. 6-7. I saw him from the fucking whatchamacallit. The balcony. It was this person on the bottom floor. Legitimately, they were recording the entire thing. Had their phone on full fucking brightness. And then I saw like one of the staff members approach them, and then they had to put it away. Either that or they got kicked out. One of the freak you, Dandy. Yeah, he's being kind of freaky with those pops, and the chocolate bar.
Yep.
Why you got them like that? Freak you, Dandy? Nah, freaky Dandy. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Stop meowing.
Pebble. Meow.
Shut up.
Meow. Oh shit.
No,
Meow? I'm traumatized. Meow? Toodles is here. Hi, Louie. Rabies baby's here. I've been feeling lightheaded since I lost enough weight to fit back in my skin. Flower petals and feathers tether me to the ground.
Pound for pound.
Take my tea with
Formaldehyde. For my feminine side.
For some reason, I find myself lost in what you think of me. Too
My
confused
grandson!
to choose
My
who I should be.
grandson!
Like how... Oh god, Shrippo, don't take the air horn.
My poor baby boy grandson. Meow.
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 Meow meow.
Oh, I could,
Oh gosh. So how do you feel about still getting to, you know, how do you feel about still getting to floor 20,
Oh,
Strippo?
they got it. They got this.
They just feel a skill check. They stuck me in. Floor 20. Do you want me to die again in heaven? Maybe. Meow? I think
I'm
I'm your
out.
girlfriend, boyfriend. Am I pretty enough to lie to Noah O? I wish I could be a girl. That way, you'd wish I could be your girlfriend, boyfriend. Just a little old me in a big epic world. Mogs you? Isn't mogging like...
I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
Grandpa, tell me some sweet stuff. Candy.
He's dead.
He's dead. He's
I'm reading
dead.
in my Discord. Shrimpo,
6 feet
you
under.
shut the fuck up, Sprout.
You
I'm talking to
got
my
this.
grandson. Shrimpo, you are such a
I'll
good
go
son.
12. I'll go 12
I'm
feet
so
under.
proud of you.
What's
Look
the
at
max amount of
you.
people that can play a round of pressure?
Yeah, go, son. Go, grandson. Go. What?
What's the max amount of people that can play pressure? Like in one round?
Technically it can go up to 50, but you need a game pass. I'm probably gonna say like 8, 10, maybe. That'd probably be the highest.
Do y'all all want to try playing pressure?
We're all gonna play.
We're all gonna fucking die because I don't even know how to play the game.
I do. I do.
No pressure. I'm depressed. Autism King, what happened? Why
Oh
are you
no.
depressed?
Sebastian
Sebastian
Solis.
Solis pressure. I played Let Him Go for the first time. Huh?
Oh yeah.
What's that game?
It's basically where there's this character called Broken Spawn, I believe, and he used to date this other one of the other characters. I don't remember their name, and they break up. So Broken Spawn is like depressed as hell, and there's like multiple endings, I believe. Shrimpo, grandson, look out!
No, Shrimpo!
And so he can't really cope every day.
Oh no! Shrimpo!
So every
Holy
so
shit.
every day, Broken Spawn gets worse and worse because he can't cope with it, and he keeps thinking back to like the old days with his boyfriend. Until I think, well, it's kind of implied. I'm not sure. I can't really go that deep into it. Yeah, firing. Yeah. Rest in peace, Shrimpo. Shrimpo is fine. Look at him. He's on 2
He's on
My
2
grandson can do
hearts.
it. I'm so proud of him. Look at him. Look how determined that face is. Look at that determined face. Such a determined boy. Yeah, he's still standing. Shrimpo, run. Oh, I guess they were best friends. Okay, well, I thought they were dating. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep now, even though it's like 6:55. Sorry, I don't know the actual lore to the game. I saw. What are you laughing at? Oh my god. I'm trying to get commissions, man. Oh shit. So scary. I will kill you for it. Okay, sorry. Oh wait, I will kill for it. They want another game for it. Rip. There's someone staring. You're scared of Autism King. Are you already dead? Wild. Dude, I love this game so much. Fair enough. Dead. Don't make me pull out the crazy. I have 2K points, don't think I won't. Okay, you know what? Where is it? There we go. Sid, do it.
No! Oh. Fine.
Yeah, that's what you get.
Hey Siri. Set a 1-minute timer. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy? Finally! Fuck you, you motherfucker.
Oh my god, Sid, what the fuck? It made him worse now. Sid, you're scaring people. I know it's fake, but come on. Stop.
Oh, wrong way.
Whack, whack. Whack, 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 whack. Sid, you should get Fuji Tech. Whack.
I feel like it would lag out my stream.
Oh. Maybe. I mean, it does mine, but that's because I'm on a shit.
Why is Adobe Creative Cloud open? What the hell?
No, not you making them
Adobe
kiss. That was
Creative
wrong.
Adobe Creative Cloud is needed to resolve it. Shut the fuck up. I'm quitting you. Quitting you like drugs.
Don't do drugs, kids. They were just a ghost dressed. What? See, he's popping off. My grandson's doing it.
Oh, shut up. 6, 7.
I'm proud of my
6,
grandson.
7.
What the fuck does 6, 7 even mean? I'm so confused
It's
by that,
from
actually.
a song. It's like called like Doot Doot 6, 7 or something. I don't fucking know. 6, 7. It's like what all the kids are hyped about. They're like 6, 7. 6,
Bro got
7.
tagged. Go, grandson, go!
Okay,
I
Roblox.
believe in you.
Bro got tagged.
Go, grandson,
Bro literally got
go!
tagged.
People has
Is
never
he
been
gonna
more
be able to
proud
make
of
it to
you.
the fucking elevator?
I believe in him.
Oh shit!
Oh shit, grandson. I believe in my grandson.
Oh shit!
He's got this.
You got this.
Go, grandson, go.
Au revoir.
What do you mean I gotta sign in
For
with my email?
what it's worth. What?
I gotta sign in
I
with my
can't do
email.
this.
Go, grandson,
You
go.
got this.
I believe in you.
Toodles is right
Peapod.
there. Oh no! No,
Oh,
you
shit.
have one more to go. You gotta. Gramps,
can
believe
do
in
this.
yourself.
It says Gramps believes in you, dumbass. Oh shit.
Shut the fuck up. Dumbass.
Oh, you're the dumbass, not me.
You're the dumbass.
Go, go. I believe in you. I'll buy you 5 ponies if you win.
I'll buy you 10 ponies if you win.
50 ponies.
100 ponies.
5,000 ponies. I want a
100
unicorn.
unicorns.
Infinity unicorns. I win.
Infinity squared unicorns.
It's still infinity, dumbass.
Infinity cubed, dumbass.
It's still infinity, stupid.
Fuck you, bitch. We're gonna have a
Well, you're just-
grandpa battle right now. We're gonna have a grips off. There ain't no grandma, we're gay. We went Rock AI, what?
Oh no. Oh, I guess you're the grandma.
I'm no grandma, I'm a grandpa, motherfucker.
I'm the grandpa. Me.
I'm also
Erikson
a
is
grandpa.
No, you play as Louie. You're just the dang child. Gay?
I'm a gay child. Wait, does that mean that I'm a dad? Thank you, Ko-Fi-Bot. You gotta thank it. You gotta thank it.
We already have the damn message pinned. It's already been thanked. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck you. Damn, Lily and Igson gave birth? And they gave birth again? What?
What?
You're getting timed out, bitch. You're getting timed out.
Who?
You.
Who? Me?
You're getting warned. I sent you a warning.
Damn it.
I sent you a warning.
I
got
acknowledge that I bullied Ko-Fi-Bot.
Whatever.
Oh, fuck you.
What? Whatever came out of them came Shrimpo? You pooped him out! Bessie pooped him out! Oh, wait, no, Shrimp. Wait, Sprout pooped him out?
What is happening?
Strange but fucked up Dandy's literal lore.
What is happening, man? Oh my god. Shrimpo, run! Run, bitch, run!
Run, bitch, run!
Oh shit, Shrimpo. Shrimpo's out of stamina.
Oh,
Shrimpo's dead.
Oh, no!
My
No!
grandson! Yiipeee, you
Shrimpo,
demon!
no! Okay, I'm gonna try. Let's try doing pressure real quick.
Oh my god, gang, we're doing pressure.
We're doing pressure.
Want me to join the lobby because I have it in recently?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, I'm joining it now. I'm in. Peepaw's in.
Peepaw's in.
Should I dress up as my? Should I dress up in my Shrimpo cosplay? Should I?
Oh gosh, sure.
Okay, we're back.
It's
Since
Grandpa,
you're in it, I'll be back.
Grandpa Shrimpo.
Grandpa Shrimpo. Damn, don't die.
It's Grampy Shrimpo.
Grampy Shrimpo.
It's Grampy
I love
Shrimpo.
Grampy.
Oh my gosh.
Where's my Shrimpo?
Nothing is loading. Oh, there we
Dang,
are.
my Shrimpo
I'm the
cosplay.
purple guy.
Where's my Shrimpo cosplay? Hello? Where'd it go? My
Salem
Shrimpo
Cat
cosplay's
left
gone.
this experience.
Yeah, I sure did, and now I can't find my Shrimpo cosplay.
Yeah,
Give me a minute.
You should. All of y'all should join us. Just follow the purple line.
The Oiple line.
The Oiple line.
Okay, buddy.
Just sit with me.
I have the whole whopping 67 Robux, gang. I'm so rich.
I don't know who you are. Or what your problem is with me. What if I climb this? I'm gonna climb this. Oh my gosh, I'm climbing it! Oh my gosh! I climbed it! Why aren't you joining it? I climbed this! We climbed it, guys!
Dude, I'm so sad. I can't find my.
Play pressure with us. Come on.
Hold on, I
Go
gotta
on
like
the
take
thing.
off one.
What? Good for being quirky.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that, dumbass.
I just. What? I got kicked for being
Stupid.
quirky.
Yeah.
I just wanted to climb it.
Stupid.
I just wanted to be quirky.
You're not supposed to be quirky.
Wait, was it because I did the up and like the W and S keys repeatedly?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm making Shrimpo cosplay once again.
Oh wait, I'm
Sad
going the
days,
wrong
I know,
way.
gang.
Let's just sit.
Sit and wait.
Let's sit and wait. I've seen what you're capable of. Don't keep me waiting.
Who?
Oh my gosh.
What is
I
happening?
don't know.
Oh. Never mind, I know what's happening.
Should probably turn that up a little bit. Bark? Oh,
Wait
gosh.
a minute, is my shrimp tail gone? Is that what got deleted?
Oh.
No, it's still there. I'm so confused. Why would my Shrimpo cosplay said something was deleted, but nothing was? I'm so confused by that. Whatever, I guess.
We're just waiting on Salem.
Give me a minute. I'm making my shrimpy. I gotta salute
Guys,
my
you should
son, my
join us.
grandson somehow. Gotta find my friend.
Indecisive, you should also join us.
Indecisive, bro. Like, fuck you.
Literally.
Hold on, let me check out clothing for shrimpy.
Oh.
There we go. Oh no, that's not even better. That's worse.
Survive an encounter with a turret without getting shredded.
Attempting to leave the docks via swimming away or climbing the railings will result in PDG detonation.
Get murked by Smash. Yeah, I got murked by him. What other colleges I'm getting first? Oh, you're making, you gotta make it.
I'm following purple line. Move! I'm following purple line.
We're actually like sitting down.
Oh my god, where are you sitting down at? Exactly. I
No.
finished my shrimp.
Guys, it's Shrimpo. He's back.
It's me.
Are you kidding me?
What?
I got kicked
Did bro
again.
do it again?
I didn't even do anything. I didn't even do anything.
Is that Slapper's mask, by the way?
What?
I'm vibing with it. Oh.
What? What?
The person who played Halo got kicked out for doing the same thing you did. You're on my hit list.
Me?
I don't know who you are, but you're on the hit list. No.
Oh, okay.
Eclipse. I wonder how fast I can get kicked. I'm gonna keep going.
Oh my gosh.
Haha. I don't get kicked.
Ugh.
Wanna
You
know
gotta time out
why?
for emojis? Oh no.
Wait, hold on. Let me try with the climbing.
Whee! What's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm not
good?
getting kicked for it, mate.
Is this person good? What are they doing? Oh, someone's up on the. Oh, people are up on the catwalks.
Dude, I'm not getting kicked for it.
Let me
Oh.
just. Whee! Oh. Okay, so that means that
How do
there's
you
just 4 of us, right?
Wait, where is everyone?
I'm right here. Why are my clothes blurry?
They're not for me.
Okay, so that means that there's just 4 of us. Go!
Yeah.
Go! Ah! Ah! I'm stuck in the... I was not... yeah! I don't... I think it's because it's too many emojis. I need to lobotomize him again, I think. This is probably going to be the 3rd time I've lobotomized him. Oh my gosh.
Imagine lobotomizing what
I had to lobotomize him. I have to lobotomize him again. Take it with a pillar of salt. Halt. It's not my fault. The devil made me do it. What's going on?
How are they dancing?
I can't see a thing. What's this?
I want to dance.
Oh. All y'all's clothes are blurry.
I think it's
Wait, how do you
because
dance?
you... I don't know.
You're gonna watch something else? Oh.
I can't do that because I'm on console. I can't press H. I don't have an H button on my PlayStation.
Please stand at a minimum of 5 steps away from the hatch until it is fully open.
Joke's on you. Lampy's coming with me. Where's my Lampy? Come on, Lampy. We're going on
stuck
walk.
in the submarine. Let me
Good.
in. Dude, we're still. We were both stuck.
I got the card.
Gato! Gato!
Big Lampy. He's a brat. We don't. Leave Lampy alone.
I can't see a thing.
Yeah,
I
everyone
can't
kept
see. Oh,
using it.
whoa. That was odd.
There. Now let's go. What? What? Lampy's fine. Why? You act like I'm gonna kill my lamp. I'm being bullied by AI Sebastian.
Oh, let me. Give me. Oh.
What?
I want money.
I have a whole weapon 10 in my name.
Is someone coming this way?
No. No, you're fine.
I thought I heard the light, or I saw the light splash.
You're just gay.
Oh.
Also, what are your settings at? So you're supposed to have them like at 8 at least.
I'm supposed to have them at 8?
Yeah, or 6 or 8. I don't remember what. I usually put them at
6,
8.
7.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god! I almost killed Lampy as well if I died.
Oh my gosh.
Then y'all wouldn't have any lamp to.
I'm just a psycho, babe, come and go out now. Said, babe, there wasn't much to find. Ah! Hi. Hi.
Oh. Hi?
Hi. This is 90.
Hi.
89.
Shut the hell up. Now the lights flickered.
This is fine. Whoa, what the hell? Wait, we can actually... Wait, you can look through them now?
Said you always could, what?
I didn't know that. Oh, I don't have a flashlight.
I don't either. I have this annoying thing. He just yells at me, but I like it. It's nice company.
Lol.
No, you're supposed to help me find red or blue.
There's a door right here.
Yeah, there's
Ooh,
a key card in
purple.
it.
We're going.
Anyone grab the key card? Okay, cool.
Must be fun in a rich man's world. Money, money, money. Must be funny in a rich man's world. You good? Are you all the way back there still?
Oh my god.
Oh
Yep.
shit! I didn't hear it or see the lights flicker.
Yeah, I died too,
Back
don't worry.
here again, are we?
Shut the fuck
Shut
up,
the hell up,
Sebastian.
Sebastian. Joke's on you, I can become a
Out of
ghost.
sight, out of
I got
mind.
killed by the
Wink,
angler.
wink, nudge, nudge.
Me too, don't worry.
Hey, that means that we can do
To
this.
yet again become a
Yeah, we're
nuisance.
ghosts now.
The only thing you're good at.
Damn. Ooh, there's a squid thingy.
Yeah, that's squiddles, I think. Mr. Ghost, yeah. Did you flicker the lights
No.
that time? Okay, so it wasn't me. I flickered
gonna.
I flickered it the first time. Oh, that's funny. I'm so mean, but I'm also nice. I have two personalities. I'm nice, but I'm rude. I found something. Where the fuck am I?
Light. It's a light orb.
Huh?
It's
What?
a
Where?
light orb. I made a light orb.
Where? You know what? I don't know.
Where are you?
I'm in the water, mate.
I'm also going in the water.
Get in the water. Get in the water.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Bow. Both your son and your wife will drown. Get in the water. Get in. Now they both
Oh shit,
die.
I didn't even realize. I flickered the lights and I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
I flickered the
What's
lights. And I didn't even realize
Okay.
there was actually someone coming.
Hello, Master. And she's like, never mind. She fell in love without me. I guess she didn't need me. Well, I did have the scissors though, so she could cut something, and then I placed them down, and then I thought I put them away. Maybe I did.
Whee!
I don't know.
Will I walk the equator chasing the night? Little do I know it's close.
Oh my god.
Get speeded up.
More speed.
Get speedy. You can't be a fun ghost. I can. I can also do this.
I can.
I'm not.
I could just be a nuisance. I'm poor.
Well, actually, I am. Me looking at the negative $71 in my account.
Me too. I'm also poor.
Or am
There is
I?
a vent.
Oh my gosh, Sussy Among Us.
Shut the hell up.
Sussy Among Us, Sussy Among Us, Sussy Among Us.
The three across the goddamn.
Tee, you can't.
Tee, I wish I could.
Tee. I just love messing with people.
I know you do. Me too. No, the
This
Jets
imagine
are
super
course.
graduation course.
Well, I'm sad now.
Don't our bodies like freak out?
Drill without as much stress.
No?
No, we can't get. Oh. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, we can't.
We can't even spectate the participants either.
To the Jetsuit evaluation course. As this
I'm
is
gonna
your
punch a
first time,
baby.
the tutorial will not be repeated. You may use the console on the wall should you want to listen to it again.
Oh wait, actually, I can play. I didn't even. I didn't even know I could play it still.
Play what?
I'm still punching this baby. Punch a baby.
Oh. Aw.
Aww.
Under normal circumstances, a firewall is activated to encourage contestants to
Why
quickly
can't we
make
be
their way
a
through the
ghost when
course.
this happens? Why do we have to
Given your current
spectate?
situation, the
I
firewall
don't
will not
know.
often alleviate stress.
Lame.
Good luck.
I was punching a baby.
Yeah.
We
this,
got
bro.
this. Can't believe I can't punch a baby.
Can't believe I can't punch a baby either.
I know. Crazy, right?
That's like horrifying. I would not be able to do this.
It's not bad when you have the help thing on, but I use it. Don't. Because I'm slow.
That is horrifying. Oh. That is like actually horrifying to see. Like, I would not be able to do this, genuinely.
You would if you wouldn't look back.
No, I'm
And
being
the
serious.
course
Like, I would not be able to do this.
The course is randomized. Well, it's not that bad once you get
I'd
used
probably
to it.
lag out.
Bro, they're near the end anyway.
I would honestly lag out.
You'd be fine.
Oh, they're bee hopping.
They did it!
We're just spectating them.
Yeah.
You got this. Oh, the elevator's broke. The elevator's broken, so you have to use the stairs.
Yeah. Why is the dramatic music still playing?
I don't know. It's not playing for me.
Why am I all the way back here?
There's a green thing over there. Oh, it's infestation.
Dude, why am I all the way back here?
Where did you end up?
Back at the
You
fire
really
course!
just to mess with your team, didn't you?
Maybe.
Wait,
Oh, hey, what's up?
I'm lost. Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hi. Damn, we're literally just getting ditched right now.
Whee! There's a film tape right here. I like it. I like this film tape.
Oh god, he looks so horrendous. God.
That scared me. Oh, there's
Bruh,
a big thingy.
Yeah.
What is this?
It's a thing that can beat you up.
I
Easy
think
to
they're about
dodge,
to
though.
beat this person up.
They're easy to dodge. Don't go that way. Why would they go? Right.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. There's something in this one right here.
Oh, what are you talking about?
There's something in the elevator there.
What?
Or not
What
the
are you
elevator,
talking
the
about?
locker.
Yeah, that's void.
Oh my gosh, the lights.
Damn, bro decided to make it dark in here.
I hear singing.
I love how there's 3 ghosts here now.
There's 3 ghosts here?
Yeah. Me, you, and
I think they like... I don't think they have the ability to be a ghost.
they literally bought it.
Oh.
There's literally 3 ghosts right here, man. I don't even know who's who anymore. Okay, well, trying to give people back shots.
Hey guys, it's right here.
I'm tired. Oh, I'm blind.
Whee! There's a thingy over here.
Just yay. Sebastian!
Sebastian! Is he gonna kill us?
No.
I just had a feeling it'd be you. Welcome back.
Maybe he will.
I could sell snake oil and you'd buy it anyway. Mmm, delicious. Keep that up and I'm busting out the vacuum cleaner.
Oh my god. He can kill you as a ghost, by the way, so be careful.
Get off. Face the wrath of my ghost-killing bullets!
Do it! I dare you! Oh god.
I gotta give it to Urban Shade. They really will make anything. Face the wrath of my ghost-killing bullets! I gotta give it to Urban Shade. They really
the
will
only-
make anything.
You're the only ghost left.
Yes. Can you like respawn as a ghost?
No. He won't let you. Oh wait, no, yeah, no, he won't let you. Nuh-uh. You just annoy me. Yeah, he won't let you come back.
Nuh-uh.
He just goes, nuh-uh.
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 I hear it.
Uh.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. It's always so funny, just him going, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, you'll just annoy me. Nuh-uh.
Face the rest of my...
My
Am I
friend's
stuck?
tasting. Are you?
What
What
shit.
did you do? Sid, what did you do?
I can't see spectate either, actually.
You should probably.
I'm looking at your stream, but it's delayed for me. Oh. Sid. Sid, no.
I could get
Sid.
out.
Sid, no.
I thought I could get out.
Sid, no. I'm just gonna click not again. Nuh-uh. Funny.
Please don't be the actual man. Okay, phew.
Things are about to get spooky.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm back.
SCP, what?
Oh, the thing's like right there.
I love how I can't spectate.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, you'll just annoy me. Dang, you're mine.
All I hear is.
Sid, shut up.
Oh my god.
Did they die? Did they live? I can't see.
They're alive.
Okay. Oh, I hear her stumpies. I can't spectate. Tragic.
Oh, it's coming back. I think it's still coming back. I don't know if it is or not. It's coming back.
No, it is.
It's coming back. It sounds like it might be coming back again. I hear. Oh! Oh my gosh. I'm scared for what you're gonna do.
Want to see what I'm drawing?
Oh my god. If you break Painter, I will kill you. Painter makes me happy. Should I kill him? No.
No.
Kill him. I drew Sebastian. No, that's so cute.
Painter, I need you to reduce the power going into their ventilation system. Currently using their ducts to get around, and I'd rather not risk the fans here slicing me into sushi.
Reducing power to around 15%. And stay out!
And stay on. I love him. No!
Damn,
No!
sooner than I thought.
Do it.
No! No!
Do it.
Please!
Do
No!
it. Do it. He was being mean to you. Do it.
Please! Not my baby! Please!
Damn it.
Yay! Painter lives. Painter lives. I'll have to watch the stream just to spectate because I can't see Jack. So the stream is like still delayed for me.
Lol. Okay, I'm back. Just to say this and notice how everything you play Danny's World, something bad happens. What do you mean? What do you mean something bad happens every time? You should have done it. He said, and stay out.
How dare you? You leave my baby
Yeah,
boy alone.
the Yada. That Yada.
You leave my baby boy Peter alone. He's doing his best, okay?
And Cosmo and Goob. Any patterns?
No patterns. They're all just bad players. Usually.
I was right. Oh, there's another thingy.
You're the other thingy.
I mean, sure, bed. Yeah. Oh, there's two little squid thingies.
The squiddles.
Oh my gosh. Fishies.
Y'all underwater right now?
Oh no. No? Oh no, is it 39 or 39?
I think it's 49, man. Anyways, I'm gonna go check on Girl. Since my game's broken anyways. He said hey, so I said what? What? You said hey!
You say
So I
first.
no you
Oh, wait. Is it who I think it is?
I think it might be Pandemonium. I forgot that.
Boom. Like, I saw him just going woo, woo. And then I come back. They're just dead. I think bro's dead. Bro's
That
just
is.
dead. Okay.
Things are about to
I
get
still haven't
spooky.
minutes on this goddamn thing.
And if you guys have any good and fun clips, please send them in the Discord.
Don't do it! It's not worth it!
Do it. It's worth it.
Yeah,
I'll think I'm gonna end stream. I've been live for 6.5 hours again.
I know, I get it. Good. Do I have to spend points again?
You don't have to send points.
Spend. Yeah, what are you saying?
Okay, stream ending. Who to raid? Who to raid? Who to raid? Who shall we raid? It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. What? Oh, okay. I don't think I've rated this person for a while. Anyways, I hope y'all have a nice day, nice night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the raidie. This is called a rock raid. What we do is we throw rocks at the raidie and just say rock raid. We pelt you guys are rocks. I'm pelting them at you. Or well, I'm pelting you at them. So that's what we're gonna do. Come on, guys, let's join the raid. Let's join the raid. Are you gonna say bye to chat? Okay, fuck you too, okay. Damn. Anyways, have fun. Good night.